Okay. It's early morning, and I wanted, while it's on my mind, I wanted, there we go. Doing sound check. Okay. It's early morning, and I know there will be a lot of people who are asleep at this hour, and that's okay. Something came to my mind, and I just wanted to get it out there, um, and kind of explain this Kevin Samuels phenomenon that's going on, right? Um, this is it's a touchy situation because of the tactics that are being used in the black community. And I'm saying this because it's really being used against you men, right? Um, for those of you who didn't have fathers, or if your father you did have a father, but he wasn't really in your life, and he didn't educate you on some things. And so I understand why a group of men would come to the internet and form groups, right? I understand that clearly, and it's actually a fantastic idea. Um, it's a great idea, and it would be very powerful if the people leading the charge were legit thinking about the community, or you, not even the black community. I'm talking about if they were really trying to protect manhood, black manhood, masculinity, black man masculinity. If they was legit trying to protect you, it would be powerful. What's going on, Malik? Um, it would be powerful. And the proof is in the pudding, right? Because look what has happened in a 4 month span. One guy with almost very close to 1 million subscribers. One guy, almost 1 million subscribers in 4 months. That is on some athlete, rapper, real artist, real people with some real talent. That's that kind of level. That is that kind of level. You understand? And you black men, for the most part, made that happen. Of course, with the help of black women, the betterment of black women, but still in all, let's look at just the facts, just from the business model, right? Just if we look at that alone, you will see how powerful people can be, especially black people, when we put our minds to something. But what I'm about to tell you, if y'all would open your ears and just listen, no judgment, just listen to what I'm about to tell you, baby, because this is called. I'm see. I'm not. I can't say certain words, so I put them backwards a little bit. But let's just put it at that. Protect her, right? We have some older men who start realizing the power that they had, right? They start realizing, hey, look at these dudes. Wow, like they really need information. They thirst for the knowledge, and they bring their pocket books with them. Of course, they're gonna say pocketbooks. I mean, Kevin Samuels carries a pocketbook. Okay, for those of you who carry wallets, well, they don't give a shit if it's a pocketbook or a wallet. All they care is that you have some money, disposable money. You know, the money that you would give to them. That's all they care about. Now, I may crack some jokes all within my message, but I promise you, there's a message still the same. So when I first came to YouTube and stumbled on this Black Manosphere, I was like, oh, wow, this is cool, right? But remember, I'm an older woman who cares about the community. I do recognize and have recognized for a very long time that a lot of men and women were missing the guidance from their fathers. Fathers are not in the household. Now, y'all can blame the black woman all you want, but the facts are the facts. Daddy isn't there. And also, I just want to be clear on the facts. You can claim that your mama wasn't being, feminine enough for your daddy not to be there, but I need you to sit back and really use your motherfucking brain. Your daddy didn't have to be there for your mother, but he sure shouldn't have grouped y'all as a take me or take none, right? He should have been there for you. And also, let's be clear, if he wasn't there for his sons, he wasn't there for his daughters, not neither. So if you are missing that lack of masculine roles because your father wasn't there to educate you, well, your sisters are in the same boat. You want to know where we learn our femininity from? Well, it comes from our fathers, baby. My dad was the reason why I was able to be feminine at all times. That's right. My dad was the protector. My mother was able to be a woman fully at all times because my dad was there to be the protector. And be clear, understand what I'm saying about protector. That doesn't mean that my dad was out in the streets fighting. You men know what I'm talking about. For those of you who are men who understand, those of you who haven't had your fathers or uncles and somebody to educate you, you may not understand. But if you think about your life, you go outside and you might see a woman walking with a man. You're not going to say anything to her. In fact, you may even divert your eyes somewhere else because you don't want there to be any issues. And that man didn't have to say anything to you. You kind of already assumed that he is there and he will protect her. So a man could be a man, he could be a protector without actively out there showing his muscles. In fact, he don't really have to have no muscles. So just the man just being there is a sense of protection. See, somebody may decide to break in a single woman's home. They figure, okay, she ain't got no men coming in and out. They figure out what time she goes to work, or maybe if she doesn't go to work, what time she goes to sleep. And they think they'll possibly be able to get in and out without any issues. Okay. But if there's a man in that household, the chances of somebody coming in to rob the home is slim to none. Okay. And that is just the power that you men have. You don't have to even know how to fight. In most cases in this world, most people don't fight. We make when we was kids, the chances that we've had some type of actual fight, that's it's larger. But once we become adults, then that's when you hear that saying that adults do adult things. We leave childish things behind, right? You learn a lot when you're a kid. You learn to defend yourself. And you sometimes you may have had to do that physically. But once you become an adult, now it has changed. You start realizing that you don't really have to fight with your fists, right? There's other ways. What's going on? Make it happen. So there's other ways to it. And I don't think a lot of young men who didn't have their fathers and uncles actively in their lives, educating them. See, you can have an uncle in the house. If his ass was lazy, then you ain't really learned nothing from him. You just learned that, hey, these niggas be lazy. If you had even your father in the house and he wasn't a go-getter, he wasn't really active man, he was just, maybe he was just a dope dealer, right? And so you learn that's the way you do it. And if he, we really learn from our childhood, from the people around us, whether it's our mothers, grandmothers, aunts, whether it's our fathers, uncles, cousins, we learn from our surroundings, even if it's our neighbors. But when you realize things that we can take with us that can help us, sometimes there has to be some direct understanding. It's not just what you see, because you can see people doing things, but if you don't understand why they're doing them, then you will come to your own conclusions, right? And that's why I hear a lot of people make claim that in the Black community, y'all make claim that Black people are mostly thugs. Y'all make it seem like Black people aren't, y'all would say that we're the most ones with our hands out looking for support from the government. You would absolutely believe that. But see, for most of us, we lived in a household where we may not have been wealthy, but we saw hard work, hard struggle too, right? That's what we call it. See, we call it struggle, but see, work and struggle could mean the same thing. I watched my father, a man who had no education. I think my dad went he completed the third grade. He did, that's the highest grade he completed, third grade. My dad could not read nor write. And I need y'all to understand also, my dad, I know some of you younger people, when you hear that, you're thinking, wow, that was so, so long ago. And I get it. I was young when my mom was in her 30s, you know, shit, that's my mom in her 30s. I'm a kid. Um, to me, she's old, right? To me, she's old. But by the time I'm in my 20s and my mother's 40, then the gap in my mind gets a little smaller. And then it gets even smaller when I'm in my 30s. See, because a 30-year-old and a 50-year-old person, that's not that far off, right? It's really not. And I say that to say that when I said that my father couldn't read or write, back then that was something normal. But it's also normal today, people. It's also normal today, education wise. When they say that we aren't educated, when they say that Black men are the most highly, should I say, you're not educated. When they say you can't read and write, because I used to be confused. I'm like, who in the hell that at my school, they would say there was a percentage of people who couldn't read and write. And I'm thinking to myself, what? Who are they talking about? I actually thought they were lying because I was like, I run across, I knew almost everybody in my goddamn school. Like I was very popular. And when I say popular, not the popular jock and things like that, I was always the friendly person, always the bridge to all the different fractions or groups. Everybody liked me. Man, the things I'm going through here on YouTube, this is nothing new to me. This is all my life. That group didn't like that group, but I was friendly with that group and that group. That person didn't like that person in that group, but I was friends with that group and that group. In fact, I was friends with everybody. Everybody. You know what I mean? And then even the ones who didn't like me, it was normally they didn't like me just because I would be friends with somebody they didn't like. uh, hey, Super, how you doing? So anyway, let me get back on track because y'all know I get off track a lot. And I've always been that way too. Okay, it didn't come with age. I'm always the person with my mind is always running. My thoughts are always running. Okay, so that's normal for me. But anyway, let me try to get back on track. So let me get back to the basics of what I'm saying. Um, we have shown how powerful, especially you black men have shown how powerful you are with this heightening of Kevin Samuels. In 4 months, he goes from his small amount of followers to where he is today. So it proves that if we wanted a movement, if you wanted a movement to take place, you will be able to do it. Now, this is also what I need y'all to understand. Some of you don't know who Kevin Samuels is. You just stumbled across him. You've not heard him in group settings with other people who were able to give their thoughts on anything that he says. See, Kevin was never the popular kid. Kevin was the one who people would let come up only because there was some dude hoisting him on their shoulders. What do I mean by that? Well, let's say nobody, he's been in this space longer than me, but he wasn't really, nobody like, men didn't really take heed to his message. Remember, he was talking about high fashion, luxury shit. Well, listen, in our community, baby, we're not really about that. We're not gonna go spend a couple of $1,000s on no watch. We're not gonna go and we don't want to spend hundreds of dollars on no motherfucking perfume or cologne. This dude came into the space and he started telling us, you black men and also women, that we ain't shit. We need to start looking better. We need to start smelling better, and we need to start spending our money on other bullshit. See, he downed you men for purchasing the Jordan sneakers at a couple of $100 a pair, but then he was advertising that fucking cologne at a couple of $100 a bottle. He was a salesman, baby. Let me read what y'all saying. Kojo said, someone said many adults have two parents themselves. As a woman without a dad, I mentally dealt with the issue at age 28, addressed it and buried it. I didn't fully appreciate my mom until I was a mom. That is true. Men without dads have to do it. Last time I spoke to you on the panel, you was showing whips and chains and shit. I'm a woman of very, very, very many talents, honey. Many talents, baby. I could talk to you about sexuality, sensuality. Then I could go into history, that in which I know. I do not know everything about history, right? I think I would be like the normal, regular folk who, you know what I mean? I did go to college, but I didn't go to university. Um, I did everything really from home. Um, so I'm like, I think I would consider myself to be the regular, normal person. I do have some education. There's a lot of things I don't know, a lot of things I do know. And the things that I like to part to you all so there'll be an understanding is self-love and self-empowerment and stuff like that. So we can get back on track. Okay. I'm not here to beat up on my brothers. I'm definitely not here to beat up on my sisters. Okay. So I'm all over the place. Hey, Blue Devil, soft and wet, what's going on? Lila, how you doing? Let me read something else. You said, morning, Bob. Hey, Bob. I know you got talent. I got, I would consider it a woman who really lived my life now, and without wealth. So I'm never gonna lie to you and make it seem like I had all this disposable income where I was doing this, that, and the third. Most of my adult life, I was just taking care of my family. My family was my concern. When my children became a certain age, though, I started worrying about the community because I started realizing that my children can't right? I can't just focus on just my children. When we live in a community, what does that look like for me to just teach them? When they go outside the door, they have access to other people within the community, right? So if you think that you only gonna focus on your child and you think that's gonna be a positive outcome, you're wrong. Okay, because my eyes aren't always on my kids. I'm not the only one around my kids. So when they walk out that door, so then I started realizing I'm going to educate the community. And that's what I started to do. People in the communities know me. Okay. Um, so I started, you know, I was even learning along with the young people. I would take them on trips, educational trips, that's what we called them. I ended up getting grant money. Um, and we would take them, I took them to the Black Wax Museum and learned some shit I didn't even know, yo. And listen, by the time I'm doing this, I'm in my 40s. And because now my kids, I'm saying they were teenagers. And took them to the Black Wax Museum in Baltimore. And I had no idea of just something as simple as the things that Black people were responsible for in this country until I went there. I was like, wait a minute, the stop sign? Like, the what? I didn't know this. What, where? You know? And so through that, I started realizing there's a lot of shit I don't know. So let me start looking it up because I am online. Man, it's to me, it's like eye opening, and I thirst for information. And so that's why I like giving any information that I have. I assume that maybe other people may not know. Some of you do know these things, and some of you don't. So I like just speaking about it. So, so you'll get the information earlier because it does bring some pride about us. My generation is the first generation where we would proudly proudly taking that Black pride. We just took it differently, made it different. My mother generation was the pro-Black, you know what I mean, with the afros, but they snuffed that shit out. They started telling us that you was a you was a criminal if you had a bush. If you had an afro, should I say? Y'all might not know what a bush is. I'm sorry. Back in the day, an afro, it was either called the afro or a bush. I never heard anybody else mention it, call it a bush. But yeah, that's what it's called. I would ask my mom, hey mom, can I go to school? Can I have a bush? Because it took time for her to do my hair and try to get it to stand up and shit. Oh man. Anyway, and so let me get back on track. Um, So I want you men to understand. I want you ladies to understand too. I want you men to understand the women. I want you women to understand the men. Without a man in the household, it's almost. Listen, I know in our culture, in in the Black community, the white people already know this. You know how if we hear that the mother wasn't there, we think of like that could be the worst thing, right? We think that damn. If somebody say their mother wasn't in the household and their grandma had to take care of them, it wasn't abnormal, but we do think that that's bad. We think that's the worst thing. When we think about the father not being there, it's almost normalized. It's almost like, okay, kind of okay, kind of like that. And if I'm wrong, y'all can correct me, but that's how I see it. And I think that's how most of us see it. We see where the dad wasn't there. But see, that's the dad and the mother. Like, you need both. And it doesn't have to be your actual dad, but to a kid though, they may wonder where their real dad and is. If we put our minds into a child, like what a child may feel like at certain stages in their life, they may start wondering, well, where's my real dad, or where's my real mom, and why grandma taking care of me while other people have their mothers and our fathers. So that is about when we're kids, but I'm not going to talk about from a kid standpoint so much because, right, it's been so long for me. I want to talk about from where you are young adult. Okay. So I need y'all to understand because maybe if y'all understand just this, you'll be a little more willing to listen to one another and understand one another. If a dad isn't in the home, that doesn't just affect the young men. That's detrimental to the young woman also. So if a woman has children, she has both boys and girls. For some reason in our community, we think that just affects the boys. I want you men to understand that also affects the girls. And it used to be hard for me to understand because I've always had my mother and father from the day from birth. I came out the womb and my mother and father was there. My dad passed away 3 years ago. My mom passed away 2 years ago. Back to back, almost a year and a month to the date of each other. My mother died of a broken heart. When my dad passed away, my mother wasn't the same. And I know we didn't know how to get it back on track. But my mother met my dad when she was 12 years old. She married him when she was 18 years old. You see? So for me, I have a different perspective. It took time for me to listen to you all and pay attention to what's going on, just so I can get an understanding. Because remember, I'm not coming from that situation. Okay? So I'm older and I understand. I sit here and I clown and joke with everybody. We have great conversations. But for me, I'm really doing a lot of listening without judgment. I'm listening, right? That's why I can be on here joking and roasting. But please don't think I'm just here just roasting. I promise you I'm listening. That's why I like when we have the real conversations. We can roast one another, we can joke, but we do have a lot of conversation. And sometimes the women are upset because the men have taken over. But it's because, ladies, it's an educational moment. Even if you disagree with them, there's things you can learn. And a lot of times, both the men and the women are saying the same thing. But because it's like this contention, like this, hey, you better than me, or my hurt is more hurtful than your hurt. So we almost pulling like a tug of war. But if you listen to one another, you will be saying the same thing. It's just that everybody's placing the blame on the other. Okay. So let me say this. So a father in the household, not in the household, is just as tragic to a woman as it is to a man. Okay. Also, because when y'all want to know why women aren't as feminine as your grandmothers, when you want to know that, it stems from the same reason why the men, aren't as masculine as the fathers. That is the truth. One parent out of the household is detrimental to both males and females. So the woman, she loses what y'all call the femininity because, number one, she doesn't get to see a lot of that femininity from her mother because her mother has to take up on both the roles of, she now has to be the provider, things that she didn't really have to be the main provider, but now she's the main provider, and she's the protector of her children as best as she can. And listen to what I'm saying. Where would she learn to be this? Because her mother, that generation, the baby boomer generation, did not go through this. So how would her mother even be able to teach her to be both the man and the woman, to be both the mother and the father. So she just out here and she just had to make it work, right? My mother is more feminine than I am. You understand what I'm saying? My mother, when some of the things that I was doing, she would ask me why I'm doing that. My mother was the feminine woman who, you know what I'm saying? She would tell me how to cross my legs. You know, they would tell me how to sit up straight at the table. This was a generation of women who they had a lot of time on their hands in order to learn these things because the men were out there being the go-getter. He was the one bringing, go and make the money. Now, although in the Black community, women also work, but they didn't have to work as hard. The type of jobs they worked was still domestic, right? My grandmother worked in other people's homes, washing their clothes, their dishes, and cleaning their home. So even though she was out in the workforce, she really was still doing feminine chores, what they would consider women chores. You see what I'm saying? So in our community, yes, women did work. And I want you men to know that. It wasn't always just a man going to work. That's what y'all see in them goddamn movies. And even then, those people don't even look like us in the movies. Those are white men and women. If you look at the help, those white women were able to do what the fuck they wanted. Their job was just, you know what I'm saying, coming together, you know what I mean, and playing cards. And then they would get together and do a lot of charity work. And then, but you saw a whole lot of black women working. You see, a whole lot of black women working. I want to find my birth parents before I die. That's another goal of mine. I would like to talk to somebody like yourself, Sophomore, if you ever want to share, because you know, there's I would like to know what it feels like, only for those who want to share what are your thoughts about growing up with neither parent. Because we got a lot of that too. We got a lot of those who didn't grow up with neither parent. We got a lot of foster kids who was fostered. We have a lot, it's a lot out here in our community. And for those who think that it's just one way because it's the way they live, then you're wrong. And that's why we're being hurtful to one another so openly. And we could be vicious. And that viciousness comes, it's like a protection mode. But so let's get back to the father not being in the household. Now, mind you, I'm not here to blame the man, okay? I'm not on no blame shit. I don't know why he left. He could have just passed away. So that's not what I'm talking about. Let's talk about effects. What took place by him not being there, or even by the mother not being there. Because even if you had your grandmother there, there's still a lot of things that was a disconnect still. It didn't matter to the child, not to us as adults. If we think we could say, well, my grandmother did the best she could, but you still had some issues because that generational gap, right? So the way for people to learn, grandmothers teach their children, right? Which would be your parents. Your parents are learning things from their parents and also learning from the world in which they're in at that time, right? Okay. So we know there's always something different going on in the world. There's changes, things that we start doing that we didn't do before. So then that parent, your parents, right, who have learned from their parents, you're supposed to learn from your parent, and so forth and so on. And there's always going to be some changes because, like I said, our society is always changing. But think about you you didn't learn from your parents, you learned from your grandparents. There's a big disconnect. Your grandparents is trying to teach you based on what they knew during their time. And you know that times are different. That's what I used to tell my mom, you know, and my dad, but in a different way. Never in a disrespectful way, you know what I'm saying? But I'd be like, nah, dad, it's not like that. Anyway, no, what I would do is not just say anything out of respect and love and not wanting to get smacked. I would just listen to what they're saying. But with my eyes, what I was seeing out in our society was completely different than what they was trying to get me to understand, right? So that's just even with my parents. When I would sit on the porch with my grandparents, ooh, it was different. My grandmother one day told me, right? Now my mom, me and my mom used to be close. My mother was my best friend, okay? Even as me being a kid. High school, my mother was my best friend. And so when I would, hip hop had came out when I was like in middle school, right? Rap music. We didn't call it hip hop at the time, but it was called rap music, right? It was something new. I, I went from listening to disco, and all of a sudden there was this new thing called rap. And I used to sit there and listen to it word for word, listening to what they saying. I was always a writer, a writer. My mother was a writer. Therefore, I'm a writer. And the reason I was so into hip hop is the word, the rhyming of the words, the rhyme schemes, and also the word play. Word play became big later on, but in the beginning, it was just rhyming of words and making the shit make sense, right? I thought that was fantastic. I wrote poems, so I'm like, Mom, listen to this, and I would play it and let her listen to it, and she would be there right with me, like, oh, okay. But when I did that with my grandmother, though, my grandmother would say, so I'm sitting on the porch and I'm like, grandmother, listen to this. And I would press play on the cassette player, because that's what we had back then. And she was like, I don't understand that hippity hoppity. What's that hippity hoppity? Like her brain couldn't even wrap around what they were saying. But music has always been out. It's just that she couldn't get the rhyme and scheme. She couldn't get the way we, the change that my grandmother was used to, something that kind of flowed. And so I'm explaining this just to say that generations, like, things change, just as simple as music. There's some things that doesn't change, like food. But even now, my generation, my mother's generation, my grandmother's generation, and those before, with the food stayed the same. You younger people, baby, y'all on some another type of shit. Even the food in our community has changed because y'all on a health kick. Y'all listen to what scientists and different people have to say, nutritional facts, and y'all are now saying, hey, I can replace this with that for a more healthier choice. That's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm only pointing it out because it's just different. So when y'all say, hey, Bomb, you need to do this. Look, I'm not letting go of my bacon, baby. And I don't even eat bacon or meat much. But if I decide I'm going to eat a pork chop, baby, I'm going to eat a pork chop. Okay? But I'm not here to beat up on y'all about what y'all doing. In fact, I think it's great. You know what I'm saying? I think it's great that somebody was able to do the scientific, whatever they did and determine that pork was bad for you. I'm going to just say this. Normally, before, because my mother started changing her eating habits and shit like that. But before that, people lived damn near to be 100 in the Black community. In my family, the women always outlived the men, right? And the women were living their lives. And you know what I'm saying? Like, whether they were big women or thin women, when they convinced us that our food is the reason why we're fat, that's some shit they convinced us. And y'all need to be very cautious on what you believe. Because if it was true, then every Black person and white person, because they've been eating our meals too. Okay? We created most of these motherfucking meals if they were here coming here from, the States. Most of the meals really come from other places, Haiti, and the Spanish, and where most Black people were there. And even if it came from here, it was mostly Black people in the kitchen. And so now they convinced us that we are the resource of bad health. And what in the fuck are y'all talking about when y'all say that shit? White people can eat a pork chop. We can eat a pork chop all these years, but now it's our fault that pork chops have us fat. What? Everybody who eat a pork chop is a fat. And so y'all young and y'all listening to this shit, somebody told you that back in the day we was the fattest people. Am I saying we were not fat? I'm not. I'm saying there were families of people who were thin, there's families, people who not fat, those who were fat. Why in the fuck are they now making it seem like, yeah, Black people, yeah, y'all are the most unhealthiest? And then what's worse about this motherfucking shit, I don't care what they say. What the fuck are you doing repeating what they say? Because if you're smart, you will see that they've been saying a lot of things. They make a lot of millions, and then they'll take back what they said and say they were wrong. And I'm going to give you an example that you all should know. Wheat. Remember, this was maybe not even 10 years ago, but maybe 10 years, somewhere around there. Wheat bread was supposed to be the thing we were supposed to do. Don't eat no white. All I saw, I started seeing more wheat bread, more brown bread everywhere. I was getting pissed off. I'm getting pissed off because I'm like, I can't even find white bread like that no more. And then all of a sudden, see, they was telling us out in the open and massive. The information was flooded. It was everywhere. Wheat bread, the healthiest choice. Wheat bread, wheat bread. Yeah, go to wheat bread. I'm thinking to myself, okay, why is wheat bread the better choice? And then they use that word process, less process, less process. If it's less processed, then it must be healthier, right? Because that's the difference between white and wheat, right? The way it's processed. Um, and then I think that shit went on as far as I saw. It may have went on longer, I don't know. But as far as I saw, that shit went on for a few years. Where even my husband started bringing in some motherfucking brown bread in my house. And he started picking up brown rice. When he did the white brown rice shit, I flipped. I'm like, I'm not cooking this shit. From Louisiana, and we eat everything with rice pretty much. Okay? Everything. Every goddamn thing we eat with rice. Okay? And he brought me some brown rice, some packs of brown rice. What is this? How do I cook it? Come to find out, it takes a little more water, I think. So and I was like, and so I ate it. I didn't like it. I'm like, what the? I'm not doing this. We had to have a discussion, baby. We had to have a discussion. Okay. But anyway, let me say this. If y'all go look up wheat bread, now they tell you don't eat that shit. They tell you not to eat it in massive quantities because people switched their diet based on the information they shared, and then cancer started piling up. They found out that the wheat bread has now chemicals in it. See, in the processing from bringing that wheat from brown, which is the natural state, to white, it strips away a chemical. What is the chemical? What cyanide, right? I think that's what it is. So when you eat that brown bread and that brown rice, there's cyanide in that shit, yo. That's the shit that could kill you. So we got to be very careful about the information that they share. And then when they do their corrections, it's not as broad as when they was advertising it. So then people still think that wheat is the way to go Like even now, when I found out, wait a minute, like I just wasn't accepting, because I'm gonna go with what I see. I'm not gonna go with what they telling me, because what they telling me is the opposite of what I see. Then which one is lying? Is my eyes lying to me, or is these motherfuckers I don't know lying to me? So I'm very cautious on what you know changes. I'm just saying, ladies and gentlemen, okay, people can lie for money. We know this. If there's a group who want to make millions of dollars real quick, they'll sell it to you. They will spend hundreds of $1,000s for advertisement to make millions of dollars. And they'll be willing to make millions of dollars so people can die, and they'll pay out a couple of 100,000 in some lawsuits. But remember, they done made millions, if not trillions of fucking dollars. So we gotta understand that. And I need y'all to understand what I'm saying now, because it's about to bring me back to where I was starting with this Kevin Samuels, these black people, us being powerful, right? We're being powerful. We are powerful enough to bring a man who had maybe a, maybe in the maybe like 10,000 followers to almost 1 million followers in 4 months. I'm about to bring this shit full circle because I do get jumbled up. I started jumping around with my information. Anyway, listen. So first, before I go back to that, a man not being in the house, the way it affects women is we don't see our mothers being able to be as feminine, because now she's doing exactly, she got to do everything she would do as the mother and everything the father would be doing. She got to hassle with the bill collectors. She got to sit there and try to figure out who she going to pay. She got to go to work. Then she got to come home and cook the dinner, make the meals, do all this, right? She's all over the place. And so a young girl and a young boy, her children, may not see that femininity that I was able to see in my mother. I was able to see in my mother, right? It has nothing to do with y'all talking about this feminist shit. The reason why women wanted the things to be fair is because you think women on a massive side wanted to work outside of the household. Why would we fight for that when we was already doing that? Why? And you think white women wanted to go out and work on massive levels? No. What took place was women had to go out and work in a many instances. And then that's when they wanted the rights. They wanted the right to say, look, I have to come out here and work, right? So if I'm doing the job that he's doing, I want to get paid like he's getting paid. She has to go out to work, and she wants the same opportunities. Why would I want to be a secretary making only $3 an hour when I might be able to go over there and be the clerk and they making $5 an hour? She want to be able to prove that she could do what the clerk is doing. She want to be able to see some upward movement in her career. She's doing the job. If she's saying, if I could do the job, then I want to be able to do the job. Mainly because I want to make the money. I need the money too. And then if she's doing the same job that he's doing, why wouldn't she get paid the same amount of money? That's what she's saying. So stop making it seem like it was something that it wasn't. Y'all lying ass niggas, because you listen to lying ass niggas who they are angry that they couldn't get a woman, let alone get a woman working. Are you serious? You think there's a black man who's angry that his wife was able to get a job to make it easier on him? Are y'all fucking kidding me? And in our community, like I said, y'all gonna have to name one period of time here in this US since we hit this soil where black people Both men and women did not work. Name it. Let's put it out there. Stop listening to these lying fuckers. Because see, they piss me off. See, I get pissed off when people are just outright lying. Then you got to realize what is their agenda. Why are you so angry? Right? They claim they wanted to go back the way it used to be. They are fucking lies. How far they want to go back to the way it used to be? We know Kevin Samuels want to go back to Greek times so he could fuck little boy. It came out of his mouth. BGS was on that bullshit, right? He want to go back to a time where, what time? Where we were slaves? Is that where you want to go back to? Because he tends to like to talk about the jumping of the broom and shit like that. Do he want to go back in the fields? And then is he claiming that women weren't in those fields too? This is some bullshit. You all, including myself, we have come to an area where we think we can learn. Some of us are here to have fun. See, I've always been here just to have fun. Because ain't none of these niggas going to be able to teach me shit when most of them didn't have their fathers in their lives, neither. You mean it? And then they'll tell me that I can't teach them anything? Nigga, I can show you a lot. Because I saw men being men. You didn't see men being men because you just didn't have that opportunity. You saw your mother being a man. That's why you hear these niggas even willing to throw their mothers under the bus. Yeah. Well, I saw my mother being harsh to my dad. They'll say that, baby. And then when I get farther into it, they'll then start saying what their dad was doing. Their dad was drunks, gambling, losing the money of the family. You see what I'm saying? He went supposed to be went to work. It's Friday. When he got off, he didn't come home. She there with the kids, waiting so she could go buy some groceries to cook for the dinner for the kids. She walking around. She trying to keep the kids, right? The kids don't know. All of a sudden, dad come home all late. You gonna run up to dad and say, "Hey, daddy, daddy's home." You see, mom is pissed off at dad, right? Mom's pissed off. See, mom know what to happen. Mom looking at him and he's drunk. You the kid. You don't know what's going on. All you know is that daddy's home. I don't want to hear no motherfucking fuck half stories from you niggas no more. Right? You was able to eat what you was eating. If we go down into the stories, when I listen to these fools talk about, yeah, I had ketchup sandwiches. You know what I mean? I remember a sugar sandwich. And we'll joke about it and laugh about it. And it's true. And you know what I mean? That means somebody was trying to feed you. Where the fuck was your daddy, nigga? Hmm? Because see, I know my dad would have went out there and hit somebody in the head if he had to make sure we ate. But then there was some men in my family who was going, like my aunt, right? I had an aunt and an uncle. Most of every woman in my family who's my mother's age and older, they all were married. Some of them a couple of times. I had an uncle, my Uncle Paul. I loved my Uncle Paul. You know what I mean? I was a kid. I loved all my uncles. I loved everybody in my family. They were my uncles. They treated me well. They would give us ice creams. They would give us quarters so we could go and buy some penny candy. A quarter back in the day got you a whole shitload of candy, baby. Because the candy really was cost a penny. And we used to call it penny candy. Okay? So I love my Uncle Paul. But every once in a while, I would see my Uncle Paul beat my uncle, my auntie. Every once in a while, you know, he came home in the middle of the night. To us as kids, we didn't know that it's the middle of the night. You know what I mean? We didn't know that something was going wrong. All we know is, hey, she looked like she was upset. but she would tell us to be kids, go in the room. Then I would see him come in. She would tell us to go in the room when she heard the door coming open. You know how your mom would tell you go in the kitchen. She wouldn't tell you much. She just told you go your ass in the room. So I didn't understand at the time that we was all playing and having fun, playing hide go see in the house, and all of a sudden the door, we hear the door, so we know it's Uncle Paul about to come. My aunt would all of a sudden tell us to go in the room. We go in the room. Next thing we know, we hear him. She's yelling at him. He's stumbling and shit. She's yelling at him because as an adult, we find out there's an understanding when we get older, right? So what's she supposed to do when he went on a Friday? Not only did he take his paycheck, but he went to the bank and took everything out the bank. When she went to go get some groceries, she couldn't buy shit. Cause see, on that day, we all went to Swaggerman's. That was the big store in that area. She went to go buy some shit. And when she went to go pay, well, she couldn't get the food. She's standing there embarrassed with us on side of her children, which are my cousins, me and my brother, who she agreed to watch for the weekend. She go to get some groceries and the money is gone. The money in her purse is gone. Okay? So she plays it all. We all get in the car, go, no groceries. And now Uncle Paul don't get off work and come straight home. Now, mind you, I can see what happened now, right? When I got older, but when I was a kid, we didn't know none of this. All we knew is that we went to get some groceries and we had to leave without them. We don't know why. We also know that when we heard the door opening, Uncle Paul was coming home. We all know that told us to go in the room. We know we didn't do nothing bad, but she told us to go in the room. We went in the room. Next thing we know, Aunt is, she's yelling at him. He's trying to act like she's doing wrong. What's wrong? Why can't I get any peace? Isn't that what y'all motherfuckers on here claiming now? Why you can't get no peace? Can't get no peace. Why you can't get no peace? I mean, what would cause her not to let you get peace? You lying little motherfucker. Could it be that you took the money that was supposed to be for the food, for the house? And your ass thought you was a good gambler, so you went to gamble with your friends? Or how about this one? My Uncle Paul decided to get high while he was gambling. That's even worse. That means he's coming home not in his right mind, first off, and second of all, he has spent all the motherfucking money or lost it. And so the young man who was up here earlier in the week, remember, he looked like he was drunk himself. Talk about my mama was mean to my dad. I watched her, yeah, I saw it, yeah. She was just so mean to him. He would come home and she would just, she would just yell at him and sit your fucking ass down. You grown ass man who by now you recognize what it was that you were seeing as a child. Okay. Anyway, this just throws me off when you men. Because I was over there on a panel earlier before I went to sleep. I couldn't sleep. I've been having a lot of, I just feel like there's a lot of shit going on, right? Y'all know this already. And so I'm a little, it's still apparently still tensing me up to where I can't go to sleep. Because I can't wrap my head around what people consider friends. I really can't. Because you know what I'm saying? We from the same area. So for the most part, although I'm a generation older, just a little one generation, right? I can't wrap my mind around what the fuck. And so then when I start thinking that people been playing me for months and months, yeah, it pisses me off. But anyway, so I haven't been sleeping well. But I'm just wondering why y'all let these old men get y'all to on this bit, right? And they lied to you. You already hurt in your feelings about whatever has happened in your lives. Why would you come to a space and be used by your own people? Why? So let me get back to my title. So I come on YouTube, I see there's a space for men. And I'm like, that's a great idea. In fact, I would have had my son hop into this, which is the reason why I'm thinking about this, right? Because I was on a panel with a man and his young son. And in my mind, of all minds, I really couldn't answer the questions that were being posed because I was thinking to myself, wow, wow, this dude really have his young son here right now in the midst of what's going on, knowing that it's a lot of women versus men. I want to keep my sons far from this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all hear about you'll hear me say something about my sons. I don't say too much or nothing. My sons, if I saw them on YouTube, baby, I would. Listen, I would give them money and tell them to go on a vacation. I don't want them on this shit. It's almost like child abuse. Hello, Mella. This shit isn't right, yo. These old niggas got issues, yo. Who would want their son? Think about it. Which one of y'all would actively want your child, whether it's a young girl or boy, in the midst of YouTube, in the midst of this shit? Who are y'all sitting there with your children on your lap and saying, listen, baby, you're going to learn a lot. Come sit right here. And I saw that shit yesterday. Young man, handsome young man, right? About to go into university, about to start his life. And his dad, who taught the weirdest, not truthful ass shit or half truths. Let me put it like this. So when I say that there's some things people can say that's true, okay, but when I call them a liar, what I'm saying is that people are telling a lot of half truths. And the half that they're truthful about is the half that makes them look good. So I'm almost like, okay, you're not gonna let your son just go out into the world and learn shit for himself. You gonna teach him, huh? Hell yeah, this space is toxic, especially for young minds. Young minds. That's why I want to be very protective of the young women, right? These young women in their early 20s. I know, I listen, I'm not gonna mention that. I'm not gonna go into that, but I'm just saying the young women and the young men, I really want to protect you as much as I can. That's why I'm doing this. I would like the men to come over. I want you to hear the full truth. I want you to hear both sides openly and make your own decisions. But if you go into that black man space, we've already had a couple of men already say, Bomb, Miss Bomb, I was in that area since I was 12, and they are sexually confused. And one of the men, I'm not gonna mention him by name, but some of y'all gonna know what I'm talking about. He comes over. I adore him for that. He has gone on the men's panels to say, hey, how y'all doing? Most of the men already knew who he was, which proves that he really was in their space, right? So he admits, hey, I've been around y'all since I was 12, but now I'm in my early 20s. And he says this, right? Not verbatim, but he says, I listened to you. I started looking at my parents. I started becoming afraid of women, afraid of women. He said, then he started thinking, okay, because see, at a certain age, right? Hormonal for men and women, we start developing. So men start waking up horny, right? Penis standing up in the middle of the night or in the morning. Women, we go through what we going through. Most of you men don't even know. I never hear y'all talk about it. Y'all act like we are not human. Okay? But anyway, and he says that because that natural thing that goes on, because it's natural, it's gonna happen whether you like it to, you want it to or not. Your penis, you're gonna wake up, it's doing things that it should be doing. But now if you're afraid of women, right? If you're scared of girls, not only just scared of them, but you don't like them. There's a hatred there. He said he learned this from his being in this men's space. So if you now dislike girls and your hormones is going crazy, you start thinking, well, damn, the other option is this. And he admits that he was sexually confused. This he wasn't the first one to say this, but he's brave. He's gone in those spaces. He told those men, "Yes, I'm sexually confused. I was sexually confused because of you. Your message. Hey, this is what y'all doing. This is what y'all creating." But see, I knew that already though. See, I had been announcing that shit for 2 years because it's just basic motherfucking like look, what else could it be? If you telling men not to like women, what else are you saying, bruh? What else are you saying? Now are you stupid or are you just dumb? So you catch a young boy at a certain age who cannot discern, you know what I mean, what sounds truthful and not. And before you know it, he's really listening to y'all with y'all half truths. Now, most men already know, well, yeah, because you'll hear them say, I'm married. I'm married to a black woman, Bob. But that don't mean I can't talk about them. The David Johnsons of the world, right? The niggas who just on here having fun. Nothing wrong with you on here having fun. We already know that nigga is a clown. He can't, in fact, we can't get him to switch into reality mode, serious mode. That nigga stuck on clowndom. Everybody else can switch up. A serious conversation come up, they can switch it up, start a serious conversation. Then we can switch to the fuckery when we're doing the fuckery. That nigga stuck though. He stuck on fuckery. I've never seen that nigga come up here and have one serious conversation. Even with the men. The men have kicked his ass off because he don't know how to switch it out of fuckery. That's because he's a fuck boy for real through and through. But this is it. That nigga claims that he has 3 wives. Well, we know that's not true. But anyway, and then he says they're black. So what is it? How could you be with this thing that you hate so much? The one that you call a dog. How could you be with dogs and then come on here and talk about them being dogs? Well, you can only do that when you're not being truthful. Or when that's the only thing your lazy, fucked up ass can get. Most of y'all just need to know this. Some of these niggas not gonna never be able to get no woman. It's not even because of their looks or how short they are, how chubby they are, or how thin they are. See, if you listen to women, you'll find that there are women who like all sorts of men. All sorts of men. They got women who actually they actively are okay with a shorter man. And the women have already explained why. And I'm gonna tell them, it's generally it's true. The short men I dealt with, what we was talking about was true in those cases. Okay. Um ABMT. And so let's get back on to my focus of you black men being able to be so powerful that you are now pushing the agendas of liars. You're giving them your money, that's your support. You're supporting with the money. You're able to get it to where he can put out advertisement, spend said money to advertise himself to where he's starting to go on certain levels. And listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to him for real. Don't look for the snacks. Don't listen to when he's just, when he's just there to clown the women. Listen to him. Listen to when he accuses the woman of doing something she didn't do. Like, yes, he has gotten a lot of women to go over there, but there's a section on Facebook with it and also here where the women will go and say, I was listening to him. And then I started, started realizing that, wait a minute, was like at first he's someone you would go to see because he's advertising. I need y'all to listen, and I want y'all to listen to this. Protect him at all costs. Now remember, in the Black Manosphere, they was pissed off because they were saying, why would they say protect the women at all costs? Protect the women at all costs. Why should I protect anyone? I'm just gonna be about me and my family. Me and my family. It's about me and my family. Fuck the community. Fuck the community. These niggas has used psychology on y'all, and all of a sudden, the same low life niggas with no money who have a plan in place. Your own kind don't always have your best interest at heart. I want y'all to know this. So while they know that you are lame, a group of people who have come together and you started this family in a sense, right? The Viper Pit was just like the Black Manosphere, just on a much smaller, um, much smaller. And also, we understood that the Viper Pit was just here to have fun. Now, the Black Manosphere, though, y'all claiming to be a part of men, a family of men who are there to educate, right? So that would be different. If you come in my area, you could come over here and laugh and joke. You're not coming here really to learn anything. You just coming to relax and get some stress off. You could cut some people out, bam, bam, boom, and nobody take it serious. That's here, right? The Black Manosphere, though, they claiming to share truth. So they would start dropping stats. That's not true. They'll start saying things because they know that you're stupid, honey. I want y'all to know this. They know you're stupid. They know you're lazy. The reason why they know this is because they themselves are stupid and lazy. So when they say something, in the beginning, when I first got here, these niggas wasn't dropping no links. They would just say it. So myself and a few others was like, okay, well, you say they say this, then show me where they say this. Then you kind of confuse them a little bit. In the beginning, they were confused. That's why they don't like me, because I get up there and say, okay, where they said it at? And then that's when I've seen him start screaming, bend over the couch, bend over the couch, what's your dress size? See, I asked him, hey, where are they saying this at? Where's this percentage of Black women being this, that, and the third? Where's this percentage of Black men being thugs? What is this percentage that you putting out there? Where is it? So now what they're doing, right? Because that's what we women are pushing. A woman get up there now. We've saying, look, show us the proof. Because you making it seem like you got facts. Show us the proof. And so now what they're doing they figured, okay, we got to come up with a way to, make it look like, because they put us on they put our backs against the wall. People want proof. So now what they do, they'll find a link and they'll post a link, knowing your ass ain't gonna click on it to go and read it. They got me all the way fucked up. These niggas think they slick. These niggas will drop some shit. I'm seeing this shit just recently, maybe about 3 weeks ago. I was on the panel with him. He was advertising his book. That nigga started talking about big women. Now, even though he liked big women, he'll say some stupid shit. They do that gaslighting. Well, yeah, I do like big women, but I won't marry her though. Now think about that. He says he's not gonna marry no one. So what is he saying? If he says he's not gonna marry anyone because he's not looking to marry. He's a confirmed bachelor. He's not looking to marry at all. So when he talk about big women, and then he knows I know he like big women because I can show you proof. See, that's why he admits when he's talking to me, he admits he like big women. You know why he does that with me? Because he knows I have proof that he likes big women. I have actual proof. I can go pull up some shit and be like, well, dude, if you don't like big women, what's this? If you don't like big women, why would you here? Okay? So with me, he'll say, yeah, yeah, but I won't marry her though. So now, so wait a minute, wait a minute. So you talk about big women, you love big women, but you will say some shit like, but I won't marry. But you're not gonna marry, you're not even gonna marry no thin women, dude. So you wonder if I'm just dealing with slow motherfuckers. Like the brain works a certain way. You know what I mean? It's almost, oh, no, I'm not gonna get in there. I'm still on top. Okay, so we had the BGSs, we had the Kevin Samuels. Well, really, Kevin Samuels, y'all. This is the thing about him. If it had been Angry Man or BGS or a lot of these other men who have always been like the content creators, right? They have content sharing. They had come out with ways of doing things. Even if Obsidian himself had become this, where Kevin is, it would be understandable. These men have talent, the entertainment. You know what I mean? If if it would have happened to any one of those, I would be like, good for you. Kevin, on the other hand, is the nigga who nobody knew. If it wasn't for those other men, Kevin wouldn't even be known at all, period. Even the men was like, this nigga too feminine. There have been men who've gone to him because Angry Man himself, hey, y'all go check out Kev over there, and I had to have a discussion on the panel with these men, and I asked Angry Man straight up, dude, because men of a certain age already have their style locked down. I'm like, dude, would you really go and wear what Kevin is wearing? And he was like, nah, not me. I think Angry Man is smooth as shit. You know what I mean? He be like, no, look, that's not what I'm saying, Bob. And you know that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, there are some men out there who might want to, they might want to go over there and get, Kevin to help them square them away with what they're going to wear. But he was like, no, Bob, but me, I know who I am, and I'm not dressing no fuck too. Dude, the shit. Honest as could be, you know what I mean, if you acting straightforward. But see, I always saw what they didn't see. I always saw a snake lying away, waiting, convincing. Remember Adam and Eve, if you believe in the Bible and all that bullshit? Adam and Eve, right? Remember that was that snake? The snake was there. You know what I'm saying? Waiting for that moment to get somebody, talk to somebody in their ear. Act like they cool with him. I'm cool people. Everybody who saw his ass knew he was a nobody with no real content. Convinced the bigger men to hoist his ass up. But not only that, if you go back to a lot of videos among some of these men, these niggas started fighting for that nigga. They knew he was soft. What man goes fight for another man? Okay, Obsidian. They didn't never have to really fight for each other because O'Shea could fight his own battles. Obsidian could fight his own battles. These niggas started fighting for Kevin like Kevin was their girlfriend. Remember, they don't believe in protecting women, but they'll protect a nigga who looks like a woman, who's feminine like a woman. What is going on? What's up, Kev? Era, does a man express natural biology, testosterone, libido, or sexuality means he isn't decent? Uh, Titles don't mean men aren't red-blooded for women. Even religious men want sex and pursue women. You gonna have to start coming on this panel. I know you got a voice. We used to talk. I need you to, because when I read what you say, you will say something that makes sense, but it doesn't make sense in the topic in which we're talking about. It's almost like you said, well, men do this, and but does this mean this? Um, Dude, you gonna have to listen. I'm gonna need you to stop thinking that you're typing something that means some shit, because I don't know what the hell you talk about right now. We already know that Randy Sokel is a fuck boy who comes in to play. He starts saying some shit because he caught the tail end. When I was mentioning the marriage, he assumed that I was saying something I wasn't saying, and therefore his comments don't even make sense in the context in which I was speaking. So I'm okay with that. But you, Era, what the fuck? It's like you, like, it's almost like you're trying to confuse the women. Hey, men we like women, but we're gonna hang out over here with him because y'all asses are liars. You know every Listen, you think I forgot you, Era? You know I know who you are. I watch you because you've been somebody who I liked, and therefore when you type shit, I read it, right? All over the place. I watch you flip flop all over this motherfucker shit, right? But okay, I also remember when y'all thought that Kevin was feminine. Now it's weird that you now make it seem like he hasn't done anything to prove that, although you know he has. When are y'all gonna stop guzzling that nigga's dick? It must be big. See, I don't know what size dick this nigga got, and I don't even give a fuck. But apparently, this nigga dick so big he can put it down all y'all throats at the same time, and y'all like it though. And I like it. Wait, let's find it. Y'all want to play? Let's play. Okay, keep on topic. Y'all don't want the message. Okay, y'all niggas come in here. You not even listening to what the fuck I'm saying. Listen, you've been played, little nigga. Okay. Oh, he said. Let me see what she said. Okay, because I'm confused at what's going on. Kojak said, I ain't never seen too much of an example of a decent man. Oh, okay. Most men in my and she talking about in her community, remember, were predatory, waiting to pounce on younger girls. Even the married and professional men weren't right. And I get okay. Let me apologize to you. Okay, now let me see what you said. Does a man express? Okay, but wait. Okay, so that's a good. So I understand what you said. I understand what she said. Now let's take it back because it's still gonna be basically the same. If a woman is telling you, and I'm gonna tell you this, most women, I'm gonna say almost 99.9 of attractive women gonna say the same thing that Malik said. You're gonna find the 1% of women who are who are attractive, who might not say they'll be against what she said, Most women will say the same thing, right? Basically, that men, men will stop for them. Men, I've been walking, just walking on the highway, right? I decided to walk to the Boys and Girls Club, which was right down uh, the street from me. But I had to go out of my community, hit a major, what they call it's not a highway like a 95, but it's a what they call it like interstate. Highway 90, right? Like Highway 90. Here we have 40 and 13. I live off of Highway 13 splits into 13 and 40, which is major highways, but not like a 95, not a, you know what I mean? Anyway, so I had to walk out of my community, walk a little ways on the highway just to get to the Boys and Girls Club, which wasn't far. And I'm walking that little short distance, and I could be on this side of the highway, men on the other side of the highway driving. They must see me because, the traffic on that side is coming towards me. It's just on the opposite side. And men will do a U-turn. They'll get to that red light. You would before they even do it, they blowing their horn. That's what make me notice them, right? Beep, beep, beep. So I look, I notice them, right? And I just continue walking. Next thing you know, I see them at the red light. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I please hope they're going to just take a turn and maybe go in the neighborhood. But in my mind, I'm thinking, nah, I hope that's what they're going to do. Please don't come. You know what I'm saying? But no, they like turns, they do a U-E, and here I go. They now driving on a major highway on the shoulder to talk to me. Now, you all you men, for some reason, the story I'm just telling, you'll think, well, those are men, right? Men like women. They thought you was pretty. So they decided to come and holler, right? That's what you meant to say. You meant to say, well, bomb, the same shit you said, right? Let me read it. Um, a man's expressed nature, biology, testosterone, their libido, and sexuality mean he isn't decent. Um, well, let's talk about what decent means, right? So I'm walking. I'm a human being, right? Am I a human being? I'm just a human being. I'm already married, children. I'm already in my fucking life, doing what I do, right? And all I want to do is get to the Boys and Girls Club. I want to go and pick up my kids, to be truthful. And instead of me driving that day, I decided I'm gonna go exercise. Just gonna go right there, right? So just because you saw something that you thought was nice looking, you you decide that you're gonna call me. Okay, you're on the opposite highway, right? You're on the opposite side of the highway. You go on your business. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna take offense to that. But keep going about your motherfucking business though. So this is my question though. It was more than one guy in that car. They took a U-turn and they decided to now drive on the shoulder while I'm walking about my motherfucking business. And now they want to know my name and where I live and this and that. Ooh, you so fine. And see, your comment alone shows me the indecency, baby. The indecency that you think y'all could come in our fucking space just because your dick hard. I'm sorry to have to let you know. Yes, yes, you're indecent because you thought of her as a piece of meat, right? Your answer in itself says that. Oh, your libido got up. Oh, you got turned on. Ooh, and I'm a man. And so what men do whatever they want to do. And they can come and make a woman feel uncomfortable, right? Because she may feel like, wow, like this can turn bad real quick. I have to either hurry up and run away to where I feel more safe, or I gotta act like it's all good. Now I gotta talk to people whether I want to or not, because if I don't, these niggas might jump out the car and decide to beat my ass. And then what they're gonna do they'll use that as an excuse because she was she was acting like she was too good for me. So what I did was I chased after. It's three of them. They're gonna throw me in the car and they're gonna show me that I'm not too good, for them, because now they're gonna use their penis against me. Look, you fucking ass niggas need to shut the fuck up and pay attention and listen. The fuck make you think because you horny that you could proud a woman? Who taught you that? And when women are saying, look, stop it, just because you horny don't give you the right to come and approach me. The fuck? But your excuse is you horny. You horny. So yeah, that makes you undecent. Because if you had a daughter, you wouldn't want that shit, baby. Let me tell you something. You had a daughter and she ran in the house because she's scared at what just took place. You would want to know who the fuck niggas are. I bet you wouldn't go outside and say, oh, let me see. I when you won't go dap them up and say, I understand, young man. I understand, that you got horny. It's okay, bruh. Anytime you want to look at my daughter and approach her, make her feel uncomfortable, you continue to do that. Give me some, dap me up. Go ahead. I'll see you next time your dick get hard. You understand what I'm saying? Randy, I know that already, baby. You're welcome to be here. It's okay, baby. You know that. Every once in a while, I throw a shot at you because you throw shots at me. Don't take it personal. I'm not talking about you right now anyway. You didn't. I'm talking the error who not understanding. And I understand some of you men don't understand. So maybe you need to start listening to women. But then at the same time, y'all may claim that she wants that attention. She wants it. She wants to see it makes you feel good when somebody tells you that a woman, the way she dressed, that she wants your attention. But I've already told you that women usually dress for other women. She put on that when a woman gets sexy and shit like that, she's showing out for other women, not because she wants to attract her. She wants other bitches to know that she's bad. She want a chubby bitch to know you can't dress like me. And she might be dressing for a particular man, right? There might be a neighbor who live in the neighborhood. She's trying to get his attention. His attention. Understand what I'm saying? She's trying to get a particular man's attention. That doesn't mean she's trying to get every man's attention. Okay? And so for a man to think that a woman who doesn't even know him, he don't know her, she don't know him, why would you assume that she's trying to get your attention? She don't even know you. She don't know that you exist. Huh? That's what those men in Black Manosphere been sharing though for years. Oh, all they want is dick and attention. But they don't want your dick and attention because they don't know your dick. And they don't, so if they don't know you, why would they want your attention? Y'all need to start thinking with y'all got their brain. So I'm telling you now, no, women, listen, it's very uncomfortable. Even today at my age, for a group, even if it's a man, one guy in his car doing that, I can I could probably, if I see that as one guy, I might, take a sigh of relief because I'm thinking, by the time he pull over and come to try to grab me, I could probably possibly get away or at least call for help. A group of men, more than one man in that car, there's all kinds of things that could go wrong. and a woman don't know, right? She don't know if these dudes are coming. I have a cold, y'all. Sorry about that. That's COVID. COVID. We got COVID running in my house. Anyway, so we don't know. So that thing where y'all remember when you men were fighting to keep the cat call, these niggas started making streams talking about these women, they want to take away our right to cat call them. So if your daughters was walking down the street though, how would you feel? 'Cause I wonder what do you think happens if a group of men, a whole group, one woman, group of men. We can even say three women, three young girls walking together, a whole group of construction workers. Do you think those women want the attention of those construction workers? Why would you think that? You know, I know why y'all think this though, because there was commercials showing this. In movies, they showed this, right? That's why even when I think about the cat calling, the example I always go to is construction workers. But I used to work and live near construction workers, and that has never really happened to me. I have seen men still today, they'll look at me, they'll look at their friends, and then all of a sudden everybody's looking. But in most cases, they might look, y'all got eyes. In most cases, I've never ever had a whole group of men who are working just thought, whoo, whoo, hey baby, where are you going? Whoo, whoo. That is never happened with men who are working. That shit might happen with young boys mentally not, stable, and they think that that is something that men do. And so when I was literally shocked when I saw some of these YouTubers, you know, actually promote the fight against women who were trying to make catcalling illegal. Y'all motherfuckers is crazy, baby. Y'all crazy. Now, for one moment, see, and it's an example, though, right? The example is you think it's cool, you think it's a man's thing. You use all kinds of words, libido and manly. Yes, I'm saying, and most of the women will say that it's a man who would do some shit like that. He isn't a decent guy. He's a fuck boy. Fuck boys think with their dicks. They never allow their brains. You know what I mean? A man, he knows he even though mentally, physically, right, we're human. He might be thinking, "Wow, she's sexy. Wow," you know what I mean? He in his mind, he be like, he might want to walk over to her. In his mind, was you know what I mean? In his mind, but in his brain though says, "Hey, you know, don't do that. That's not right." So that's the difference between fuck boys and men. Fuck boys and men. Y'all all might get turned on, but there are those of you who know how to use your brain and you'll say that's not cool, that's not calm. She don't even know me. You know what I mean? Fuck boys will assume that she wore that outfit just for him. And what's weird about fuck boys, y'all hang in groups. So every single one of y'all is assuming that she dressed like that for you. So, Era, you think she dressed like that for you. Your buddy on the side of you, he thinks she dressed like that for him. And the other buddy, he thinks she dressed like that for him. And, and that's how fuck boys think. Now, I'm using you as an example, okay? This is an example. I don't think you're a fuck boy, but I do say this. You gave a real fuck boy answer, though. And that's my goes back to my point. Y'all got fuck boys educating y'all. See, a group of fuck boys would sit in a group, and if somebody tell him something stupid, but he wants to believe it, y'all be like, yeah, yeah, we should have the right to just say what we want, when we want, and how we want. Yeah. We should be able, in a group, walk up to one woman and just tell her how beautiful she is. because, yeah, she wants the attention of all of us. Although, think about it, you're taller, bigger, stronger, faster, right? Now think about a bigger, taller, faster guy coming up to you out of nowhere. You don't even know why he walking up. You probably gonna go on the guard too. You probably thinking, what's going on here in your mind? You know what I mean? And you hoping that it's just something where he might just say, "Hey, bro, something simple." I'm just saying. Well, apparently there must be y'all, yeah, but you might not be a mind reader, but you also the fuck boys aren't even wanting to take the outright blunt answer, right? That's what's going on. So what that young lady said was in her neighborhood, she sees a lot of the men who actively think that a woman is there for him. I understand their attraction, but there's a way of how you approach a woman to where she don't feel threatened. I've already told you all that I've given out my number to men simply because, really, out of fear. Out of fear. So you got different types of women who handle things differently. You'll have the one who are feisty, and she might snap. What the fuck you in my face for? Why are you here? That's her way of protecting herself. She did that to get him away. So there'll be a clear understanding that she don't want him there. Right? Okay. That's that type of woman. And then there's my type of woman who might sit there, and smile. In my mind, I'm thinking, damn. You know what I mean? Like in my mind, I'm thinking, what's my next move? How do I make sure I get out of this safely? I don't want to hear nobody calling me no bitches because I didn't want to take his number. Because see, that's what happens to those of you who do that fuck shit. That's what y'all result to. A man don't handle that. I've been in stores and men approach me and tell me first thing they'll say is, "Wow, you're real pretty. You're beautiful." And I'll say thank you, and we'll go. He goes into a little conversation. That is understandable. But for a dude who would do that shit on the highway, baby, that's a whole nother level of crazy. You know what I mean? Like it shows what? It shows a little desperation. It shows a little craziness to me. I know y'all don't see that where y'all think it's all fun and games. While y'all pulling away, y'all laughing, might be in your minds and put me in all kinds of sexual positions. But to me and to everybody else who would see some shit like that, they would outright think that shit is mental. That's a mental illness. That's a mental ill shit. That's what I'm saying. Rather he could like what he sees, but why do I need to know that he like it? You could come up here and explain that to me. Why do the woman need to know that he likes what he sees? Hello? I'm gonna wait for that answer. Why do we need to know that you like what you see? Hmm? When y'all claim that all women want is dick and attention, the truth of the matter is the opposite. All you want to give her is dick and attention. Yes, no, a woman's fear isn't your issue. You coming in my motherfucking space is my issue. Now, see, when you see what that fucking gaslighting bullshit you niggas do on this bitch, I don't know why you think that shit gonna work with me, honey. You niggas up and big up niggas like Kevin Samuels, honey. Are y'all serious? Do you really think you gonna try to flip that fucking shit on women and think I'm gonna be like, ooh, now you little niggas though, you fuck boys who follow a feminine ass nigga who's fucking you in your ass for your money. You think that the shit you just said makes sense. Now I'm gonna read it out loud and I want you to hear what you said. So a woman's fears are a man's issue? What you mean she didn't know the woman was scared? Nigga, he didn't know the woman, period. Now, I tell you this, answer this question. Like I said, you sitting in your yard, minding your business, and a big dude who you don't know walks up to you. Are you laughing, giggling, and very friendly? Or do you go on the, mentally you go on the offensive? You know what I mean? Like you're gonna sit there, but in your mind you're gonna be like, do I need to prepare for something? Is something about to go down? I don't know this dude. What's going? Even you niggas, y'all say, hey, dude, I don't know you. Why you in my space? But y'all think y'all can get in a woman's space, and you tried to make that sound like it's a woman's issue that she's afraid, and then you got the fucking nerve to say, I don't know. She's afraid. You don't even know her name. You don't know if she's married. You don't know her. So that in itself should keep your ass away from her. How would you know she's afraid? You don't even know her name. It's some weird ass fucking shit in your mental state. You little niggas is the worst, baby. And then y'all argument. And the way y'all argue, I see y'all following a feminine man who's over there doing the most. Y'all supportive of him. You think you could flip some bullshit on me? Y'all are some weird ass dudes. Yeah, I know he speaks truth. As he talk, I bet you wouldn't call him Randy. I know goddamn well you wouldn't call him. He would embarrass you just like he did that young man when he asked him his dick size. That'll happen with you. I know damn well you ain't gonna never call me. Even if you called in to be on his side, y'all know he gonna rip you apart. Because that's what his show is about. Most of you niggas who support him, you're not gonna call in. He even the men who try to get on the show to be supportive or not, he look at this nigga coming up here. Sir, I'm only taking calls from women. You know why that is though, right? Because why is it that he's only taking calls from women? Why y'all think that is? Hmm? I think somebody told me there was a show where he did where men was allowed to call in. When y'all find that link, y'all send it to me. Because I would love to go through that the way I did yesterday with the woman. Let's go through it together, baby. Now you do know there's some YouTubers who have met Kevin in person. You know that, right? Y'all know that. Some of you who've been here for a while, you know this. Why y'all don't see these dudes hanging with him anymore? Could it be that there was a rumor where Kevin hit, had hit on the guy? Hmm? How about did y'all see the message where Kevin hit up Tommy for possible sex? Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that email? You be making up lies about Kevin. Oh, do I? So when I show the videos, now I'm not saying I don't crack jokes on him. You're right, I do crack jokes on him, right? But when I show the actual proof, like the proof of him asking the man his dick size, right? I mean, you can perceive it the way you want, but you see, you are in the closet type of dude. You one of them dudes who don't really have friends. So you anything those men tell you is what it is to you. You have no real life experience in anything, right? But for a man who has his own mind, go and look at the videos of other guys laughing at that shit. There's a lot of guys who have pulled away from Kevin, and it happened to be all the men, not the confirmed bachelors, right? The confirmed bachelors gonna rock with him because they sucking each other's dick. I'm talking virtually. These niggas that met up. Kevin and I'm singing together now in New York. I'm sorry, y'all. Woo! Okay, my dad has had friends, right? My dad, my husband, like my brother, my uncle, my cousins. Like I was surrounded by men, or males all all my life, right? And what I would tell you is this: that men who are friends, they have a common something in common, right? Like my dad, he had some friends who would go fishing. They would go fishing, right? And then there was another side of him being more adult, where at night, maybe once a month or whatever, right? Whenever him and my mother decided, he would go out, right? And play poker or whatever. I don't know what he was doing. It wasn't none of my business. But my mother knew what he was doing, right? Whatever it is. So they would go, but they was always doing this manly shit, playing poker, playing pool. Is the one my dad did a lot of. They would go play pool, right? And and trust and believe my mother was confident that what was going on, because I had aunts and my mother had friends too. And if my dad was doing something, my mother would know. But this is the point I'm trying to make. So some of y'all don't know what it is to be a guy. Even though you're a guy, you don't know what it is to be a man with friends. And that's why you find yourself in this black manosphere. You found a group of men, and now y'all consider each other friends, although y'all don't know each other, and they don't care to know you. If you're not a person to get on the panel and share, then they really don't see you. I probably see some of you more than anybody else. You've been in their spaces uh, way longer, more often than if you even throwing your money at them. And I recognize what you're saying more than they do, right? Them niggas don't see you, baby. You're not really their friend. The content creators, they just see you as, you're supportive with your money and shit, but they don't consider you friends. Now I say that to say this, that there are a group of content creators though who have come together here and there, not many, because men don't do that really. Now Kevin started wanting to hit people up and meet them in person on the guise of, I'll come and style you. He was looking for business, so everybody get that. Right? Let me come meet up with you, and I'm gonna show you how to style yourself. Right? Now, so that's more of a business venture. So this is my thing. Right now, Kevin and Obsidian tried to get together. They've been trying to hook up for quite some time. Kevin is in New York. Obsidian isn't from New York. Obsidian's from Philly. Let's think about it. So Kevin is going to do his business in New York. Philadelphia is just as big as where there's a lot of shit that can be done in Philly, but he takes his ass to New York to meet another man. What you say? Now, mind you, Obsidian already have his sense of style. Obsidian already dressed in suits. Obsidian is already a smooth dresser. Why the fuck is he meeting Kevin in New York? Hello? Well, now I can understand if Kevin's business was in Philadelphia, right? If Kevin's business was in Philadelphia and Obsidian is in Philadelphia, then they will meet up. That is a given. Nothing's wrong with that. But Obsidian had to drive an hour and a half or catch a train or a bus. because I don't think he drives. I think that nigga is a bus, Ubering ass nigga or whatever. But this nigga goes to meet Kevin. Kevin's going to New York to take care of his business. Why is Obsidian showing up in New York? Hmm? Hello? Hello? Huh? Who? Huh? Hello? What's going on? And y'all think that shit is normal. That shit not normal, dude. If the men are getting together to take care of business together, okay. Just because somebody know each other online don't mean they meet up, right? But I know even you, Randy, I say, hey y'all, we're gonna do an offline. Let's figure a place where we all meet up there together. But even when I said that, it was on some, we're gonna find a central place where we can, you know what I mean? A central place that'll be somewhere where we're gonna go have fun. And we're just gonna go together, we'll meet each other, but the goal is to go somewhere where we all have fun. I never said anybody gonna come to Delaware. Ain't shit to do here in Delaware. I don't even know what there is to do in Delaware, to be honest. You know what I mean? Because I'm not into going. There's places to go here in Delaware. This is the first state, and if you into historical shit, then you could come here for that. But to me, I've never had a party, a weekend party here in Delaware. Well, I did have one, my first one. Okay, but normally I like to go someplace like I've had parties in New York, New Jersey, DC, New Orleans, Houston. I've had parties in Atlanta. Um, yeah, you know what I mean? And I want to go to Atlanta. I had a party in Atlanta, Atlantic City, and I want to go to where it is where they gamble. That's where I want to go. And I guess I'm just saying, dude, like, what's going on? Because you men have been taught by, yeah, because literally, Randy, you've been here for quite some time and you are a young man. And so Era also is a young man. He's been here for quite some time. And I made that point earlier. You men think y'all right and make sense. And that's because the men who you have charged with your knowledge, right? The ones who you are learning from, I'm trying to tell you that they straight pussy. I put that, I'm telling you that they are unlike any men. They're not the type of men you should be learning from. There are a lot of men here on YouTube who should be sharing education and they try. And the fuck boys outran and stomped on the men. I watched it happen. I can name the names if you need me to. The men just said, look, I'm not doing this. You know why? Because a man he don't want to be on no internet fighting, fussing back and forth with another man. Because real men will get upset. Real men will really want to take care of that shit. Real men, they're not playing that shit. They be like, Bomb, I had to leave because I was gonna fuck up these niggas in real life. That's how you know the real men, right? The real men not gonna go back and forth. Because in their real life, they would never be disrespected like they are on here. And the fuck boys, well, the fuck boys will be doing what I'm doing. But I am a woman though, right? I'm a woman, baby. So I could talk my shit. I'm a woman though. You don't see Angry Man not over there really doing no fuck shit like that. He's talking, you know what I mean? He gets his point across. He's showing you manly things. Like, I don't see him really going back and forth like you see. You know what I mean? And I've never seen Angry Man treat a woman the way Kevin is over there doing. Now I have seen Angry Man, he'll stop her and then they may go back and forth for a little while, and then he'd be like, okay, woosah. And then he'll say, wait a minute. And then he'll get into a serious mode and speak like a fucking man. Even BGS, right? BGS has never really gotten into the insult, not like Kevin. That's why I think BGS is very passive aggressive. He says shit, make it seem like he's being honest. He insults women on a different type of level because he'll go and dig into some shit that he know whether the paper they got a whole motherfucking B on the paper. They didn't even the shit wasn't even a to where they got an A on it. He'll go dig up somebody's motherfucking paper and then bring that talk about here are the facts. That nigga is lame, but he know that y'all are lamer than him. I'm just saying. So you will believe anything he say. My point of this is you men are powerful. Black men are powerful. Why is it that y'all haven't done anything? You know why? Because usually when the men who y'all decide to be the head, y'all leaders, when because they was fuck boys from the beginning, you gave them a little power. Once they didn't know what to do with this power. So they not like women. See, women will get power and then we'll use our power for good to spread some words. And then sometimes we are bitches too. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, women can't psychologically intimidate men by calling us gay. That shit doesn't work anymore. Oh, really? It doesn't work anymore. I know. I'm not trying to intimidate you by calling you gay, but here we go. Let's get it where we want it. Y'all want it? Let's get it. Okay. The reason why, let me share the screen. I don't know why you have to do this again, but there's always some new person who comes by. He thinks that I'm calling somebody gay right now, but I get it. The title, right? The title is what got you thrown off, baby. You're not gonna you ain't listening to the message. You just saw something and you figured, hey, she over there calling us gay, and I want her to know it ain't gonna work. See, it ain't gonna work, Bob. You know why? Cause women do that, and we win. We not falling for it no more. Okay, we not gonna fall for it, Bob. Y'all need to stop. We not gonna do it, Bob. Let me go find it. History. That's where I ain't got to go looking and typing in. Let's go through a few things, baby. You can see where I've been today. Yes, you can. You can see where I've been. Let's go. Where's all this shit? Oh, it must have was it before? Did I go see? Yeah, I did check on her. Let's go. We're going. Yeah, should we go through the big dick thing? No, we're not gonna go through the big dick thing. Let's go to the man who says, "I need that. I want that." Okay, so the video just shows, and I don't think y'all can hear it. That's why I use StreamYards. Um, I gotta click something so y'all can hear it. I'm gonna give you the link and everything. I want y'all to go. You can go look at this whole video, or you could, and you'll see the differences in when women was near him and this guy. This dude just said, "Oh my, oh my, oh my," and then he turned the screen so y'all could see what he's talking about. Now, see, you have to put everything in perspective. Y'all, because some of y'all probably say, well, Baum, why would he show us the man to let us see that it's the man? Well, this is before he blew up, before a lot of people, right? It was already going around that the dude was gay. In fact, he himself has said it himself. He is the one who told us that all his life people have called him gay or feminine. There's a video on his own channel where he says his mother, his and the people in his family and surrounding him all his life always assumed that he was gay. And so, with that said, if everybody in his life, throughout his life, thought that about him, why wouldn't anybody else? It's just something he gives off, right? Now, if it's something that he gives off, he's just that way, okay. So now let's go back to him being this image consultant. This image consultant, right? This man who isn't gay, based on your law, based on him, if he's saying he isn't gay, and yet he can't even conform or change his own image to relay that he isn't gay, right? That means what I'm saying to you, I'm gonna break it down because I know some of y'all slower than fuck, y'all slower than molasses. He's not gay. Let's say he's not gay. I don't know if he's gay, if he slept with a man before. I don't know. Okay. I'm just going by what I see. He's an image consultant. An image consultant means he's claiming that he could come in and, help you relay and message just within your image. Right? Now, he's saying he could do that for anybody. That's his job. Now, y'all ever wonder why he's never been hired by anybody big? Everybody who's hired him was YouTube people who will throw some money at it, right? Why wouldn't somebody huge hire him? I'll tell you why. Now, if he's gay, he will be more marketable because, hey, what you see is what you get. If he's saying he's not gay, though, now there's a conflict because what we see is gay, femininity, a feminine man. That's what we see. That's the message he puts out. But he's saying the opposite. He's saying, no, I'm a man. I'm a man's man. I'm a straight man, a heterosexual man. So that means he don't even know how to portray that message, his reality in his clothing. And let me tell you, it's not even all about the clothes. You see, it's not about his clothes. It's about his mannerisms, right? It's about his movements, the ductlets he gives, the things what women do. Let's look at it. We ain't got to hear it. Let's just look. Now he knows that there's men watching. I was watching his stream too. It was on his Instagram. I was watching it, and there was maybe like 4 other people. It was only 5 of us, right? Wasn't many people at all. And so you saw how he showed the women. He showed the women for the men who's in the chat. But look, you saw that he didn't even really get excited. He just showed. He showed it, turned it back. His raggedy ass even showed some motherfucking children. I want you to see. Wait a minute, what? Wait a minute. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't really hear him. We just look at So she just asked him, "Are you famous?" Because the nigga is in a shop talking to his phone. So I get that. You know, she's over. He's in a suit, but he's not in a suit that make him look famous, right? To you lame ass niggas who don't know nothing about no suits, his suit is not cut to fit him. In fact, I'm looking at the shoulders of this. I see some slack right there. See, I am a seamstress. I sew. So if he had brought this jacket to me, there's some areas where I would have taken it in, and it wouldn't look like it was more expensive than it is. Okay, the lapel on this is a little too big for him. It just looks like it's big on him in certain areas. So I'm just saying, she comes up and she says, "Is he famous?" Now she said, "Oh, you're so stylish." They knew that this man is gay too. Oh my God. Sorry. Y'all need to go look at this shit. Just go and look. You don't even have to take my context for it. Listen to the women. The reason they're over there, so now they've determined that he's gay just based on what he just said. Listen, for those of you men who don't know how women and gay men, how how it works, we start thinking that you our besties. You know what I mean? We start telling you that, hey, I don't even do it, and I don't even know why. I don't even know why it is when I'm near a gay guy, I turn it up. You know what I mean? It's almost like, oh shit, I love that outfit. And you know what I mean? I don't know why, but I do. It's almost because they so giddy. They just like this dude. Their attitude is on like they know they fly. And so you give them that compliment, but when you give them that compliment, it's over the top. And that's how usually how gay men, certain gay men, right? Gay men, the sassy ones. That's how they are. They're over the top and they just having fun. They just enjoying life. So when I'm near them, I be like, oh my God, I just love. I be like, oh my God, look how you dress. I kind of exaggerate things and they love it. They love it. That woman just said, "Oh, you're so sassy." Well, she didn't say sassy. I'm lying about the words. Let's go back. Let me hear what her exact words were. That's you. Y'all can't hear her, but she said, "You're so stylish. You're so stylish." What woman tells a man that? I'm sorry. Where you at, brothers? How many women have come up to you and said, "You're so stylish. You're so stylish." She might say, "Wow, you're looking nice." You know what I mean? You look smooth. And she says it differently. We women, that's why you men think that we love gay people. That's what y'all say, that we love gay people. It's because you see us, how we interact, and it's almost like, yeah, So she's already, and I told y'all this yesterday, these women, they already realized what it was that was in front of them, and then they proceeded to act, and act and portray that by grabbing his glasses off his face. How many of you men, and I'm talking about real men, I'm not talking about you, those of you who claim that you're men, you don't understand, because if you don't understand what I'm saying, I'm sorry to inform you that that's because you're not a man. You're just a male, right? You have not been in predicaments. That's why you don't understand. But I bet you there's not one man in here. We're not gonna get no man who I know is a man. He knows he a man who gonna say that any woman of any color, any race, any ethnic background has ever been just walked up to him and start grabbing shit off his face. Y'all don't even want babies to accidentally grab for your face and mess with your glasses, let alone some strange ass woman, no matter what she look like. Okay? You men don't do that. And this dude, he does. These women are interested in him. They know what it is, and he's not interested in them neither. He's not interested in these ladies. One of them got her boobs out, and she's like a real Becky. And I'm not saying it in a negative way, but she got the high pitched voice. Well, yeah, like that. And you so stylish. It's like that, right? Uh, and look, you see how she do it? She said, but now we're looking for some. And she looks at her friend. We're looking for some drinks. And watch how she look at him. Because let me say, they've already decided who he is and what he is and how he will be beneficial to them. Yeah, he said, they're looking for fun. And look at his lips. Y'all see that? They're looking for fun. Now he putting on for the camera. They're looking for fun. He does those eyebrows. Who does that? Man, how many of y'all in this room? I'm looking. How many of you room? How many of you in this room? You men, you do things like that with your eyebrows. That's something we women do, right? I'm just saying. Oh my God. Listen, you know these dudes, something wrong with that. He has now made it on Vlad TV. Oh yeah, he made it on Vlad TV, but that's to us, to me, that's nothing big. Vlad TV is the type of dude. He proved it with us with that Tommy Sotomayor and that what his name Tariq Nasheed. When that situation went down, everybody in the black community should have recognized who Vlad TV is. Okay. And but if he gonna pay for you to come, people know that's where you could go to get bigger. Then of course, I'm not saying Kevin not making the right moves. I'm just wondering why black men, why are y'all helping him? Oh, because somebody told y'all protect her at all costs. Remember the same thing y'all said that the society has been saying, and now y'all didn't like protect her at all costs. And now Kevin is the her. Kevin is to her. The word is protect her at all costs. Protect her at all costs. Go, go. Protect her at all costs. Go, go. Get it and go. A, B, C, D, E, F, C. We got to watch this nigga with a little wee wee. Like, I'm trying to understand. Y'all over there cheerleading. Like, get it, Kevin. Go, go. And here you are getting killed and murdered by police. The laws are not bit meant in your favor. And instead of you using that power that you do have and making the laws change, or even if you're against, if you're saying, look, the laws aren't beneficial on the man's side when it comes to children and shit like that, you not gonna fight for that. But you have shown your power as it relates to a nigga being able to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Are y'all fools crazy? You are proving within this moment with this nigga that you got the power to make some shit happen. In 4 months, this dude went from what he had to almost 1 million subscribers. And y'all brag about it. And y'all should brag about it. Because it shows that you have power. Now, what you gonna do with that power? Besides, get a dude on Vlad TV. What do you think he gonna give you if he let's say he becomes a millionaire? Like let's put him at a billionaire. What do you think you gonna get out of it? Black man, open your eyes. White men wouldn't put up with this shit that's going on. White men would say, wait a minute, what am I gonna get out of it? Why am I helping one person, especially the person not even beneficial to me? Why would I help him? Now, it would be different if Kevin was beneficial to you. But they, and when I say they, that would be Obsidian, Kevin's boyfriend. They've gotten in the back chat, figured out what they can do, and then Obsidian started. Yeah, we gotta protect him at all costs. And then you lame ass niggas is like, yeah, yeah, we gotta protect him at all costs. They haven't convinced you, or they didn't tell you why. If any of you want to come up here and tell me why, what do you think him getting larger, how is that gonna benefit you? Is he gonna stop the police from killing you? Gonna stop, this bullshit where when you driving while black, but you don't have to go through that? Is he gonna stop it where if you in divorce, you don't have to give half of your shit, even though that in itself is ridiculous, right? The bullshit y'all say about that. What is it that, how is he gonna help you? This nigga is soaring, y'all asses lifting him up proudly. To what end? What end? Like, I need to know what, because maybe I might join in. I need to know, what are y'all thinking? What is the purpose? What's the gain? What are you as a black man, what are you going to gain from this? Because I'm supportive of black men. And if you could convince me, tell me what it is so I could join in. Come and let me know. I'm looking in the chat. I need an answer. Different men, and listen, y'all need to stop. What you mean different men express different power in different ways? Why do y'all act like you know what the fuck you talking about? For somebody like Kevin told you what wealthy men think like. So let me give you, I don't even know, do I need to be plainer? So I have met many powerful men, wealthy men, right? I can name them, and I have named them, right? I've named some of these men. If I wanted to, still today, I have connections who have connections where I can get on side of these men, right? And I am a little confused as to why Kevin could tell you something that's not true. I and other women can tell you the facts as we see them, live them, and even have the opportunity to still live them, right? Kevin makes it seem like a woman over the size 8 will never get a man who have money. Wasn't it just maybe about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, where we found out that Usher himself liked big women? Remember that? Y'all forgot? I'm sorry. Listen to me when I tell you this. Men are just men. Just because they got money doesn't mean that they're no longer just a regular human being. So what happens though, they got money, they now have more options. That is true. But it doesn't mean that their desires change. And the men who have money and all the options, they want to taste a little bit of everything. Only you raggedy ass, broke ass niggas who don't have any options at all, would you assume that other men want what you want. The only reason you want it is because you can't have it so much. This nigga will go around and claiming that these men only want a small woman. But that's lies. Okay? They usually end up cheating on their wives with larger women. Women, even the white community, starting to get busty. They're going to get their boobs and ass done. They, they no longer size 6 and 8 when they start doing that. They're going in the 12s and 14 sizes. The bigger that ass get, nigga, the bigger they're getting. Do you not understand that? Kevin is telling you something that's not true. The women even want bigger asses because they know the men want bigger asses. They're putting on the waist trainers and they getting bigger everywhere else. But Kevin makes it seem like, well, yes, you got to be a size 4, 6, or 8. Anything over that, it's over. The picture that I got up right now, this woman is voluptuous. That men want that. What size you think she is? She's nowhere near a motherfucking 6 or 8. This woman that I got up here, this would be a size 16, 14, 16. You men think you know body sizes. You don't. She would have to wear extra large shirt because of them boobs. She would be in a size 14, 16 because of that ass. What the fuck? Size 6 is something real thin, and that's not in anymore. That used to be. Now for Kevin though, remember when he saw that young man that with that boy's figure? He was a man with a boy's figure. He wasn't even a man with a manly figure. That one when he said, I gotta have that, that was a young man with a boy's figure, no curves, right? No womanly curves. And also he had no men muscles just protruding everywhere. Kevin like boys shaped body. And that is why he has said he like women 4, 6, and 8. Normally those women, right? Not all the time now, but remember, he's not even talking about black women. He's talking about white women. These are the women who are shaped like boys. Hmm. Anyway, let me see. There's 333 million people in the US and 7.2 billion in the world. Y'all pressed over 1 million. Yeah, they and then on top of that, as we watch, the numbers wasn't even adding up. If he got 1 million subscribers, the rule of thumb in even YouTube themselves has put this out, right? That 10% when he goes live, 10% is the minimum amount of people who should be in that live. 10%. If you got less than 10%, then something isn't right. That means somebody purchased some subscribers. That means some people are just subscribing on the different accounts. You know, things like trolls do. A troll can go and make lots of names and then press subscribe. They give you numbers. That's how they got a lot of little things that you could do. Now, I'm not saying that's what he's doing and not doing, and I don't care. So only the little niggas on here is looking at his numbers. Let's say he becomes a trillionaire. My question is still the same. Billionaire, trillionaire, millionaire. Make money, don't make money. None of that is my concern. My question is to you, black man, who's shown that you can have some power to make some changes. What is the end game? What are you getting out of this? Because y'all gonna regret this shit, baby. Y'all about listen, every one of you who end up meeting him in person, you gonna regret it. Every single one of you who think that you supportive of him and call in, you gonna regret it. and and then he gonna be somewhere, and you gonna just be like sitting exactly where you are. But no woman can get your dick sucked or loved on. You're not gonna get no love. You're not gonna get nothing. And then this dude, I mean, unless you're trying to be his lover, now I'm trying to understand. You men have proven that you have a little power if y'all come together. Who convinced y'all to come together and protect him at all costs? Why did they do that? What was their reasoning? This nigga called Kevin Saint Kevin. Some of y'all need daddies and y'all need them bad. Some of y'all in your 30s, and I'm just sorry to let you know you've already been raised. Now, what I would suggest is you go find you a psychologist, a therapist. You need to take some medicine until you get everything even killed in your thinking. And then you can get off the medicine and the talk might work for you. But I'm sorry to say that this is the saddest shit I've ever witnessed in my life. And other races of people are watching and laughing. And you ask me how I know that. Do you think I'm assuming that? Or do you think that maybe I might be in a few groups, sitting back, chilling? They let me in, the men let me in everywhere I want to go. Yes, they do. No matter what color they are, I go in and I'm as feminine as they want me to be. And then I'm sexy as well. I know exactly what I'm doing to get where it is that I want to go. And I'm telling you that you are being laughed at. I'm not the only one who's saying this man is feminine. The conversations, they are even wondering. The men, the white men that kicked y'all out of MGTOW, they are wondering too. They're even saying that that is why they knew they didn't need those type of men in their group. Y'all are a joke. But I know you don't care because, I mean, do what you do, baby. I know y'all don't care. Even though that's not what your message is. The only thing you don't care about is yourself. That's your message. Fuck the commitment high. Fuck black people. I'm different. White people are over there laughing at y'all. And in the time that we're in, where we're trying to get rights, we're trying to move forward, we're trying to get some of these laws off the books, we're trying to do a lot of things. Y'all niggas pull this type of shit. But I mean, do what you do. It's just entertainment. It's just entertainment. Y'all proving to the world that y'all can come together on some fuck shit. But y'all can't even come together when it's time to change laws. Listen, do what y'all do, baby. Y'all gonna regret this shit. And when I say y'all, I'm talking about you black man, you younger black men who you have followed a group of fuck boys just because they're older as your desire to find a daddy has gotten you here, and now you can't even think straight. Had a little nigga for fucking real ask me about why men should be concerned about how women feel as you approach us. And I don't know why he thought that shit was gonna fly. Listen. I'm sorry to tell you, if I call you a fuck nigga, it's because you have said something that reminds me of you being a fuck nigga. Era, you have said things many times that let me know you're a fuck nigga, right? You're welcome to be here, but when you hear the truth, don't get hurt. You's a whole fuck nigga who think that your penis should control your brain. Now, in case you didn't know, that it's supposed to be the reverse. Now, when you're young, though, when you're a kid, your penis may control your brain. When you become a man, though, you can look at a woman butt ass naked and control your penis. If you don't want it to get hard visibly in the open, you know how to do that. That's what men do. But based on your comment, you was basically saying that your dick controls you. That's how I know you're a fuck nigga, baby. It's okay. Fuck niggas welcome. Okay? You're welcome to stay. You just been branded. And we all now know that you's a fuck nigga. I've always known it. You know, it's been a while. I didn't put you on blast all the time, but now I have reached based on that comment and that bullshit, and then you tried to throw it on the woman. That's how I know you a fuck nigga. Like you can't even take responsibility for your own body and your responses. Just by something you see a beautiful woman, you tried to convince me that because you saw her, that now it's on her, right? It's not her fault, or that it is her fault that she's scared of you. You bum ass nigga. I love you too, but listen, you need to grow the fuck up though. Okay, I don't know what I can't direct you because you're so far up Kevin's ass, you can't even see. Like you don't even know if it's daylight right now. You so in that nigga's ass. Some of y'all swimming among shit and you don't even recognize it. It's a piece of spit. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I've proven it, proven it. Many people have proven it. Not just me, it's a lot of people. And then y'all want to think y'all can go after the people who are men who are saying, I don't need a man to follow. While y'all are, do y'all understand y'all? What are y'all doing? Think about it. Kevin's nowhere around. And if he was around, he would be in the clouds. He's never going to say anything to me because he already know what it is. He already, listen, when I tell, I've heard some people come, wow, why don't you just call in? Apparently, you don't know the history. That nigga ran to somebody else, and while I was on the same panel with him, he's afraid to even have a conversation with me. Because, see, I am not that bitch who you can think you can just call a bitch and think that you won. If you're going to have a conversation, let's have it. You ask me questions, I'll answer. I'm going to give you the truth as I see it. Then I'm going to ask you a question, and I want a fucking answer. I don't want to hear no bullshit about, see, listen, this gaslighting bullshit that's going on in our community is just going on too long. And we look stupid. Y'all don't even know the Black Manosphere was a split off of MGTOW. MGTOW was men going their own way. That was created by white men. Niggas decided, oh, this is a group of men. So you thought you could just hitch on to them and join them. Right? And it should be that way, right? It should be. If it's men, men. White men say, oh no. They got to go. They voted y'all asses out. That's why you got to save yourself, Black men, and then all these other little sectors that came from MGTOW. That's why you got it. Because they themselves didn't like the way y'all was moving. These niggas is on here bullying women. You talked about was women, Black women. And listen, y'all the ones who make claim that white men don't like Black women, but you would be wrong. You would be wrong. All you got to do is look at the history. Even in the history, you was wrong. But in today's society, everybody just getting with everybody. But y'all want to make it seem like, well, they're not getting with Black women. Well, that's a lie. I'm proof of that, honey. Okay? I'm proof of that still today. So I know the younger Black woman, I know they're being looked at. They just not watching, seeing, because they're not really interested. About God. Eric is a fuck nigga. You right about that, girl. Listen, he's fuck nigga. It's okay that now you know. Men gossip and get emotional on the level of female behavior these days. Cynthia is telling the truth. The ass is fooling black men. Um, if he so high value, why do he attack black women for fame? I agree. If he was so high value, he wouldn't even be where he is. He would be somewhere else. He would be able to use the content and do the things he want to do, right? What is it that y'all think Kevin want to do? He keeps saying he's an image consultant. Then if he was so high value and on that level of being an image consultant for real, then he would have famous people hiring him at the hundreds of dollars an hour to consult on their image. Kevin Samuels is not doing what image consultants do. And he's in New York now. He's trying. He's still trying to get in that business for real. And now what you all have allowed him to do is get the amount of subscribers. Because when you got a lot of subscribers, you go to anybody and say, see, I have a whole area of people who follow, and I'm gonna be able to talk about your product. And for that, what will you give me? Right? Y'all are giving him the power to create and make his long life wishes come true. And you niggas think that Kevin gonna be sharing y'all message. Y'all keep saying protect him at all costs so he can spread our message. As soon as he gets to a certain level, Kevin gonna be talking about really being an image consultant for real. By then he'll be the guy exactly what he wanted. And listen, I'm not even against him getting what he wants. I am against him getting what he wants on the backs of us. But you know what I mean? He's over there. He's not just going after black women. He's going after black men. But the problem is this: he knows that he is who he is, and that's why he don't talk to you men. Y'all need to start requesting. Maybe I would like to see where he have the men calling in a day with just men. Whether you agree with him or disagree with him, and let's see how that work out. Okay, let's see how it work out. If y'all got a link where he's already done that, share it with me. I'm willing to go through it right now. Okay, because even though we're saying it's on the backs of black women, it's because that is who he having come on his show. He openly says he don't want any men. But the men who have called in, though, when you ask that man his dick size, baby, I'm just saying. They are willing to suck this man's dick wide in the open. They are running from anybody who have the name Kevin Samuels in their titles or talking about Kevin. You men are racing over. You got to protect him at all costs. Oh, we got to go over here next. Let's go over that. Oh, she's over there talking about. Let me run over that. Let's go over here. Okay. And I'm thinking to myself, where is Kevin though? How about since I can't get on his show, how about y'all tell him, hey, there's a woman named Bomb. He knows who I am. Hey, she would like to have you on his show. Yeah. He ain't even got to advertise it. None of that shit. He ain't got to tell nobody. It's not about the views. In fact, we don't even have to be where anybody can hear it. We're just gonna record it though. So that way he won't benefit, he won't claim that I'm trying to benefit off of him. Right? So he all he got to do is tell me where we're gonna do it. We could do it in his Zoom because I could record his Zoom in my Zoom, right? We ain't even gotta have nobody watching. We'll just have a conversation. It won't happen. All he could do this. He could choose the panel, right? And I'm saying, but somebody else got to be able to control. Because see, I already know he gonna kick me off. He gonna kick me off as soon as I question, something that he said that what he claimed is a factual. In fact, we can make it bigger. He will get more subscribers. We'll do it on his shit, and I'll hit up some people, famous people, right? I'll see if I can get some guys y'all may not know, but they are wealthy. They'll be able to prove that they're real wealthy, right? And I can reach out to some friends. They'll come. I should be able to get at least 2 or 3 men with real fucking money to come on, right? I'll make it their assignment for the week. For those of you who are into BDSM, I am literally saying I have wealthy men who are, they are legitly my motherfucking animals, babies. One of them is an animal. He portrays to be an animal. I am his dominatrix. One of them, I am his mistress. The other, so listen, listen. And then what happened though, you men will say, well, that's sexual. That's only sexual bond, but he won't marry you. Well, no, he won't marry me because number one, I'm already married. Number two, I would never marry a man. So because so he wants to marry me so I could be his mama or his mistress. Or I'm not doing that. I don't like men like that. I'm not sexually attracted to men like that. I don't desire men like that. But I can be that dominatrix though. I'm good at what the fuck I do too. Okay. And those of you who don't know anything about that world, you know what I mean? I'm telling you that my parties had very wealthy men, not just wealthy men, but men who were just regular men to come. I've had lawyers and doctors and therapists and ball players and all come to my parties, baby. So y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. This dude don't know what he's talking about. Because the majority of women who was invited to my party, although everyone was welcome, I focused on big women. Ha! I know y'all didn't know that. That's right. That's right. Big, sexy fucking women. I've had women, I had some men who wanted their fantasy was to be with a woman who weighed a ton. The bigger the better. He wanted a ton of women on top of him. He literally desired big women. There's a lot of men who desire big women, and some of them have big money. I don't know why y'all think or why he thinks just because a man has money doesn't mean he don't no longer have certain desires, fantasy. So his just that alone is a fucking lie. And then y'all switch it up and say, well, they won't marry you though. But they sure will take care of you though. If I wasn't married, I would be one wealthy bitch, baby. Listen, if I was the type of woman who was all about money, first of all, I wouldn't even have married my husband. I met L Cool J and a lot of them other rappers and shit like that way before I met him. In fact, when one of them was trying to date me, I was dating my husband. But I understand men. They want to have sex. A beautiful smile and a big ass. They want to play with it, baby. But no, I was interested in my husband at the time. If I was all about money, though, I had many opportunities. Many. So I'm just saying, listen, I have no idea what the hell Kevin is talking about over there, and I don't know why y'all believe him. Okay. You're talking about a larger audience and bigger platform. Let me see. Now, so you're gonna talk about larger audience and bigger platform. Where was Kevin but a year ago? You've been here. Listen, Eric, you see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why you're a fuck boy. You are straight out fucking just lying, right? Because you've been here before I. In fact, you're the one who invited me over there by Obsidian. I didn't even know who Obsidian was. It was you. You was in my chat. You and I don't know why. I don't know why. If you what you think I don't remember? Because I remember everybody who I've been talking to through these years. I remember you because I'm not like them, right? I don't see you just as dollar signs. You ain't never donated nothing to me, but I still call out your name and I remember you. Now I don't know if you think I'm stupid or if you think I'm just like everybody else and I just don't remember you, but I remember you. Now I say this to say that to say this. You've been here when Kevin Hardy had 3 fucking bodies following him. So what the fuck are you talking about? When Kevin was over there yelling at you all because y'all wasn't donating, but he was having those rental problems. Now you may not have known he was having rental problems because you don't have access like I do. I may not only have 1,000 subscribers over here, but you know I have access, right? I'm in back chats. I'm still in areas with these men. I don't say shit. I can see. I have access. You don't have access. So when I'm telling you something, I don't know why you coming over here making it seem like I'm saying something I don't fucking know. I don't have access, honey. And I only have 1,000 subscribers over on this fucking channel. But I can go on pretty much everybody's motherfucking panel because really they even understand that the numbers don't really mean anything, right? They know that I might only have 1,000 subscribers. Oh, and by the way, I only have 1,000 and something subscribers. Do I have at least minimum 10% of people watching me right now? Or why Kevin don't have at least minimum 10% of 1,000,000 people in his chat? Every time I go live, I have a minimum of 10%. That's the lowest you should have. If I only have 100 subscribers, I should have, when I go live, at least 10 people. If I don't have at least 10 people, then YouTube knows something is not right. Right? So do the math, honey. Do the math. Go and look at everybody when they go live and look at how many subscribers, and they should have at least 10% watching him live. I can go live in so early morning like I did on this one, and I have at least minimum 10%. Go live at 2 in the morning, and I'll have a minimum 10%. In the broad daylight, you know it's going to be even more. So when Kevin's live, do we have at least 10% of his people watching him? Hmm? There you have it, baby. There you have it. Where are they? Why you take it? 10% is a small number. Okay. Now, so I'm just saying, he should have 100 and something thousand people watching him every time he go live. And I'm not talking about watching the stream after the fact. They are talking about this is the number when you're live, actively live, when you're doing whatever it is you're doing live. You should have minimum 10% in. You'll find that to be true in most cases where the numbers are real. When the numbers are conflated with false and fake people, then that's when that does not happen. So, I mean, take it for what it is. Y'all call me a liar, but you can't tell me I'm wrong. You can't prove that I'm wrong. You can say what you want. Prove that I'm wrong. 10% is not, that's a lie. Look at it. The number gets larger, but the percentage is still the same. Why would 10% be harder because your number is larger? Please explain that to me, Wardy Mac. That don't even make no fucking sense, dude, what you just said. You are a liar. Why would getting 10% be harder just because your number is higher? Hmm? If I had 1,000,000 motherfuckers, you mean to tell me it's going to be harder for me to get 10%? Now, do you even understand mathematics? I know the number seems harder to you. It looks harder, but it's still 10% of whatever number that it is. So that is how it works, honey. So it seems like you don't understand mathematics, and that's why you said that stupid shit. Because if you got it, just because he's supposed to have more people, it means he has access to more people, but the percentage is still the same, 10%. In fact, it's easier for him to get 10%. It's not harder. It's easier. It's harder for me to get 10% than it is for him, right? Because I'm less popular, less amount of people. Maybe people don't really, they might subscribe, but really not come and mess with me like that. So actually, it's the opposite of what you're saying. He should get 10% like that because he has more people, more opportunity to get 10%. 10% is the minimum. This nigga should have hundreds of thousands of people watching him, not just 10%. So I'm just saying, y'all need to stop saying shit that make y'all look stupid. Apparently, like I said, you don't know mathematics, honey. It's okay though. The future YouTube channel, like Sniffing Well gets above that, as he should get that, right? So you're proving what I'm saying, right? Right? YouTube don't even future me. I'm not large enough. I'm not. Listen, YouTube does not make money off of me. I have never tried to monetize this channel, so there's no benefit to them featuring me. You would only see me if they know that you are in the area that I'm in and you like certain things, then you will see me. That's why it's harder for me to even get larger subscribers. And on top of that, though, people know me by Bomb Cherry. My channel isn't named Bomb Cherry. So when people go to look for me, they don't even know this is my channel. I have not promoted this channel at all. You know why? Because I lose channels. I get on these niggas' heads, baby. They report me for bullying. So I've lost channels. So I decided I'm not gonna promote the channel because if I lose it, I'll just make another one and bam, we'll do what I do. But I'm not gonna promote the channel. But I could prove something to you though. I could go make a bomb church channel, which I do have it. I just don't do nothing with it. I made it, and then it's just sitting there. I can then start going, just doing the same thing I'm doing now, and we'll watch that channel get more subscribers than this one. Why? Because people know me as Bomb Cherry. And for you to find this channel, it's because somebody put the link in, you clicked on it, but you didn't know to type in. You probably don't even know this channel is called Creole and Cajun Living. You don't even know what the name of this fucking channel is. But you know me as Bomb Cherry, though. Oh, and by the way, let me tell you something, honey, what you probably don't know is I have a Twitter account with over 1 million fucking followers, honey. I know you don't know. I don't advertise it because you probably won't be able to get in there. I don't even go on Twitter anymore like that. I'm the motherfucker with 1 million followers. In fact, I was the largest on Facebook, the largest groups on Facebook, bitch. That was me. In fact, YouTube, when I lost my very first channel, I already had 1 million motherfuckers following me. And listen, I wasn't even doing no talking. Honey, I know you don't know who I am, and I get it because I don't advertise it. But I don't know why the fuck y'all think numbers mean something. Because if they did, you know what I mean? Like, I would benefit from mine. I would literally go on my Twitter and tell the men where to come to support me, and they will come. They will run over. They want to see me. They want to hear me, but I don't want them to hear me talking like this. That group of people followed me because of my counsel on sexuality, sex, being erotic, being exotic, being, you know what I mean, being feminine, and the things that they know about me. That was, to me, that was that time where I was doing that, but I'm not doing that anymore. But I can go over there and still ask them to come and support me and subscribe though. But I don't do that. You're not gonna find nowhere. In fact, I had 5 Facebook channels. I still have some channels that I can't get into because they want me to change my name to my real name instead of Bomb or Bomb Cherry Juice. Y'all niggas is over here talking about he got 1 million followers though. He almost had 1 million followers though. He almost had 1 million followers though. The whole time you've known me, before I even started this channel, I had 1 million followers though. For men, I'm gonna say, right, that 99% of my followers are men. Men from all over this world. Men in other countries. Black men, white men. In fact, the white men were the ones who paid the most money, and black men took care of me too. Usually around income tax time, that's when my birthday is in November. My birthday, Christmas, and income tax time. Y'all know Christmas, New Year's, and Christmas and shit, they usually fall around income tax time. That's when the men will hit me up with a couple of $100. That's usually black men. That's how they do it. White men, on the other hand, though, yeah, you know what I mean? They send me money all the time. But I never ever said anything negative about men, period, let alone my brothers. Okay? So apparently you don't know who you're talking to. But it's okay though, because like I said, I tried to change my image. I'm not trying to be like, see, I'm a kitten. I believe in telling women, back in the day, I would show them how to be that kitten. You know what I mean? Like sensual. Tell them how to move their shoulders a certain way, how to attract you men just with a twirl of her fucking hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand men through and through, honey. You got me all the way fucked up. Okay? So I understand you didn't know. Kevin knows though. Okay? And then you want to stop Cynthia. Why the fuck? Okay, so you want to stop Cynthia? Stop Cynthia. Oh, no, we need to stop Cynthia. I thought you was the man. You go stop her. Why would you men, you listen to her because you know she's telling the truth. Why are we going to stop Cynthia? Hmm? I'm not asking you to stop Kevin. I'm not asking you to stop Kevin. I'm asking you to start looking at your own fucking actions, though. Now, if you're going to tell us in here, as it pertains to Cynthia, if you want to ask the women why they follow Cynthia, then ask the question and let them answer you. Right? That's what you would do. But that's not what y'all want to do because you know that most of you men, you watch Cynthia. That's why y'all even mention her. She don't even have like the subscriber count, but I bet you this. I mean, she's a big YouTuber. I'm not saying that. That's not what I meant. I meant she don't have the subscriber count of 1 million, right? That's what I meant. I didn't say that clearly, but I want to say that. But what I'm saying is, I bet you this though, whatever her subscriber count is, she has that minimum 10% when she go live. I bet you that. And what's worse is that you men claim that you don't like her, but you're over there watching. Your ass is a part of that 10%. And that's, like I said, minimum 10%. She's over there. I don't watch Cynthia. And when I say that, I'm not saying that in a negative way. I honestly don't know what she talks about for real. And it's not because I don't understand, it's because I just really, I'm not a watcher. I'm just not a watcher. Okay. And so to go, if I'm participating, I could go over. But if I'm not participating, you rarely ever see me in chat. I'll go in chats and say hi to the hostess and things and to the people, and then I usually pop out. You know, if it's an open panel, then yeah, I'll join in. I'm a talker, as you can see. If I'm not talking, I'm not really listening. And things that I do listen to though, I mean, I could show you what I look at. It's always got something to do with sewing or dancing. Um, yeah, or if I'm doing some research for my website, which my website I educate on sexuality. Right now, I'm doing an ad on telling women how to. I'm trying to teach women and most and men too about the vagina. I hear y'all say some of the weirdest shit. Y'all think that a woman's vagina loosens over time and shit like that. That's a falsehood that y'all think. And even the women, those who have, the loosening issue, I'm gonna post up and show them how to straighten that out. Loosening usually comes, there's reasoning. There's a couple of reasons why a vagina will loosen. But the one that isn't true is her being with many men. That's a falsehood. Okay. So yes, and my website have always been catered to Black people because I found that Black people, we didn't have, nobody really talked to us about sex. Nobody talked to us about sexuality. It was just some shit that was in the neighborhood. You heard it and you thought it was true. I started learning early on that a lot of what I thought was true was not true. So I focused. And on top of that, I make sure that it looks like it's a site for Black people. Now I'm gonna be honest. If I wanted that my blog and shit to go bigger, I would take the Black pictures down and just put up some pictures, white women and all that shit. But no, okay? I don't care if I get a million motherfuckers looking at what I say. I focus on our community. I want our children to go to my website and know that that information is really for them too. So that has been something that I always want. I want our we need to have the right correct information. Y'all focus on the wrong shit on here. Y'all want to battle each other when instead we should be learning from one another and coming up with our own conclusions. You got Kevin over there just beating up on women. See, if I'm telling you that there's white men who like Black women, then that means what he's saying is incorrect. If I'm also telling you that there are uh, men who make money who are okay with big women, then that also says what he's saying is not true, right? And he's spreading that to women, and the women knows it's not true. You know why? Because we see with our own eyes. We see handsome men that you might not be. You be wondering, well, damn, is he with her? To me, see, I'm not shocked by that, but I used to be. I used to be because based on what I would hear is that men only like big women. Y'all would sneak through the back door late at night, right? But we should have known that wasn't true because we all got big mamas. We all got aunties who are bigger. They married, and if they wasn't married, they always had some boyfriend. Just a lot of lying, and usually the information goes through our entertainment, right? The things that most of us know was in a joke told by somebody, but we decided to make it must be true. It's just a fucking joke. Richard Pryor or Red Fox or whoever said the joke. But the younger people start thinking that it must be true. Most of you have been with big women and you enjoyed it. What's the difference between being with a big woman and a thinner woman in the bedroom or anywhere else? If she's a clean woman taking care of herself, what is the difference? Most of you, I mean, and based on what I hear the men say, and a lot of men have been with bigger women, right? Um, yeah, a lot of them prefer, that softy fluffiness. But then they got the men who are if you're stuck on porn, Well, porn, they show you a image of a woman and how sex should be and the different angles. And but then that means you just you grew up on porn, stroking your dick, bitch. You really didn't have the opportunity to be with a real woman. That's how we could tell the difference. I can really tell those of you who all your life as a kid, all you knew is porn. Most of you still dealing with porn. You're not dealing with the real realities of a woman's real body. Then Kevin says to women that, right? He says that plastic surgery shit. Well, those of you men, the reason why young women is changing their bodies is because you were stuck on porn, that imagery. And for her to even get that, to give you that, she gotta start building this fake body. Y'all want the titties to be always up. That means she got to go get that done then, because that's not natural. At a certain age and time, or after a certain thing like having children and breastfeeding, the breast does something, because there's certain thing is gravity. So it doesn't, just because she's older doesn't mean that's why gravity took hold. She could be young and her breast goes downward. It's not really called saggy. Y'all really haven't seen saggy breasts. Even my titties not saggy, but they are not sitting high no more. Okay. Now when when my breast when I was younger, when I had lost some weight, right? I had lost too much weight. And that is when my titties were saggy, y'all. They looked deflated. They had gotten deflated. I could show pictures, but I could show y'all pictures if y'all want to see. Okay. And I thought I looked sick. You know what I mean? Like my titties had did something, some shit. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I gotta gain some weight back. Okay. So listen, it is what it is. I'm gonna get off of here. I'm not staying on here. I'm going um and I gotta hit some people up in the email. But we will be back on later. And for you men, I need y'all to take a moment and answer. You don't gotta tell me or nobody else. Why are you chasing people down when they talk about Kevin Samuels, a guy you don't even know? For those of you who know him and y'all consider him to be your friend, y'all had conversations and y'all have that connection, like us obsidian, I guess, and there might be a couple others, but even those guys who used to rock with Kevin like that, you don't see them doing none of the shit y'all talking about. They're not even making videos about it, not in a negative or in a positive. Right? Normally, the dudes who met Kevin a couple of times, yeah, that shit fell out. And Kevin, Tommy Soleimani showed the email from Kevin from a couple of years ago, where Kevin wanted to know if he would have sex with him. Now, I didn't see the inside of the mail. I'm gonna go see if I can catch it. But the title, he approached Tommy. He kept approaching Tommy, asking him, could we get together? He would like to style him and shit like that. Now, mind you, I don't never heard Tommy mention his styling needs. I never saw where he said he was looking to change his style. So Kevin was doing this thing like cold calling, right? He would look at somebody and then he see that they famous. He was trying to get on, right? Um, it is what it is. I'm not even against that. But the real men who are confident in who they are and don't care about needing to wear a suit and shit, they wasn't interested, you know? Um, y'all need to go check. Tommy has the video up. I think he put it up maybe a couple of days ago. Go look at it. Honey, go look at it. He showed the emails that came from Kevin back in 2009, 18, 19, 20. Right? We've had other men who said, yeah, they had little dealings with Kevin, where Kevin was asking them advice and vice versa. And, you know what I mean? But Kevin was mostly the person who would just come up just so he can get some free advertisement. Because when in the heat of the conversations that those men were having, Kevin wasn't part of that. And then he would pop in and he would say something in chat. They would big him up. He would come up for a moment. He wasn't never really on topic because he couldn't hold the topic. And then, but he would advertise his little channel, talk about colognes and shit. And then that nigga would be ghost. And so I'm just saying, for him to now be the big person based on him having conversations with women, I mean, that is some odd shit. Because we all know he can't really, I showed where he's confused. He's even saying, I'm confused, ma'am. The woman was very concise. She was clear in what she was saying. He just couldn't keep up. What did you not hear when he told one woman that she didn't have enough? she didn't sleep with enough men, I guess. In other words, is one way you could look at it. He told this woman that she didn't have a history of relationships. I thought that's what you men want. You want a woman who really haven't been out there, and maybe she, she was in a relationship. It was the one, maybe it was long term. He told a woman that she didn't have enough of that, so he couldn't help her. He said her relationship resume was too thin, and y'all didn't say shit in the chat when that nigga said that. That's how I know y'all either not listening or y'all just fuck boys sucking the nigga dick. Because that, I should have seen men in the chat saying, wait a minute, what? Like, y'all should have been like, wait, no, we like our women not to have been with a lot of men. That dude told that woman that her relationship resume was too thin. I couldn't believe. Listen, it's a little bit too much for me, honey. And PMTC Boogie says he don't. Yeah, I don't mention. See, I don't like mentioning no names because there's some men I like. I respect those men. I've never said a negative word about those men. Some of those men are handsome, and I'd be like, I like to flirt with them. I ain't got shit to say about a lot of men. I may disagree with some of the things they say, but I don't. It's not my job to tell a man because a man thinks the way he thinks, and some of those men are men. We just disagree, right? Due to experiences and shit like that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with us disagreeing, right? I'm a woman, so I'm gonna see things a little differently. You're a man, but listen, I raised two sons, of course, with the help of my husband. Um, I recognize kids. Okay, I might call you fuck boys, but truly, what I mean is that you're like a kid. Somebody rung my doorbell. What the fuck? I don't have on no clothes. I'm not going to answer that door. What y'all think I should do? It's morning. You come to the house. It's 6 in the morning. Let me go look out. I'm too short to look out the peephole. Let me see. I'll see. And do I? I'm not going. I'm not going to that door. It's 6 in the morning. And listen, I don't have on no clothes. I'm one of them women who walk around naked. Okay, and therefore I never answer doors. I never answer the door to my house. I rarely ever hit a doorbell. I'm shocked I heard that one. Okay, because I'm never downstairs like that. Um, um, Let me look at the camera. Let me see. Let me go look at the camera. Oh, sorry, baby. Oh, very good. Monday? Okay. Did you test it? Did you take the other test? Daddy failed, baby. Yeah. Yeah. So he might not be able to come here Monday. Okay. Oh, y'all. I got some shit going on in my family, right? I told y'all my husband tested positive for COVID. My husband he's in the medical field. But we found out that my grandson had COVID. We didn't know it. My grandson he's not even 2 yet. So he had COVID and we didn't know he had COVID. So he was here, right? And my husband ended up testing COVID. He's in the medical field, so he got to take a test every week. He took a test, he tested positive. So he had to come home. It said 10 days. Now, so my son, which is my grandson's dad, he tested negative, but my grandson tested positive. So we know which two had it. And then, so my husband had to wait. He went back and tested, right, earlier in the week, and he tested negative. But you got to test 2 times negative. So he tested negative on Monday. He got the results on Tuesday. And then he had to go test Wednesday. He got the results on Thursday. I'm sorry, he tested. What the day is? What the day is, y'all? I'm confused like a motherfucker. It's Saturday? Oh, shit. Okay. Today's Saturday. So Friday. So my husband got his results yesterday, and he tested positive again. And so, like, wait a minute. Now, see, I'm pissed off about that shit right there. Um, because based on his first negative test, I assumed he was negative. And so now I got to go back. He touched some of the shit that I was making. And so I'm going to have to go over here, figure out what it is that I let him touch, and either remake it or just wash it. And I don't know. And so hmm. So me and my son, we don't test positive because we had the original strand before they even knew it was COVID. That's what I think, right? Um, but who knows? Who cares? I don't know. COVID. So I don't know. Anybody ever tested negative and then tested positive right the next day? Some weird shit. But I'm telling you, any advice if my husband thing is too big for me? Yes, I do have some advice. And so what I would recommend is that you make sure that you are well lubricated. He needs to make sure you're turned on to an extent. If you are well lubricated and you are healthy and young and healthy, then your vagina should lubricate and accommodate whatever size penis. But if he's trying to get in before he turns you on, then he is going in before it's time, right? And if you are really into, what he don't want to do what is necessary to make sure you're well lubricated, then you need to buy you some lube, honey. Okay. But there's no such thing as a man being too big for you. Now, what is true though is that it may be too uncomfortable for you. The vagina can take it, but this is what's important. You might not like it. You might not like that full feelness. Like I don't like large penises neither. To me, they're uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like I just don't like it. Some women love it, some women don't. So that's why I like to tell women and men that y'all should have sex before you get married so you can know. Because there is a such thing as a man being too large for a woman's taste. He's not too large for the vagina, he's too large for her taste. And in that case, he gotta then what y'all gotta do is he gotta figure out angles, right? Angles of entry and how he do things so he won't be hitting on that one thing that you don't like being touched. I hope that helps. You know what I mean? If you need more information and want me to help you with some positioning, let me know. You know what I'm saying? I do have some stuff on my website already. Um, yeah, but the vagina is accommodating, honey. Okay, the vagina is a muscle, literally a muscle. It's like our mouths, right? Um, the tissue in our vagina is actually just like our mouth. Okay? The nerve endings and things like that. So yes, what I would suggest is make sure that give you more foreplay. Try for at least 15 minutes to a half hour of nothing but foreplay. And if he gets you there, you'll be so turned on that it'll be ready. And it would just, yeah. I don't want to get too graphic, but did that help you? Thank you, Linda. You're welcome. I got a COVID shot. See, I hate that we didn't get that COVID shot. I'm still thinking I'm up in the air with that COVID shot though. But my husband haven't been to work in 10 days and now he can't go back. He got to take another test on Monday. Every positive test give you another 10 days. If he got to stay home, I got to stay home because the whole house is now. And then I haven't seen my grandson. Who I miss him so. I miss him so much. Okay, I'm not used to not seeing him. He's been in my house since he was born, right? Since he was born, I've seen this baby since the day he came out. Within the hour of him coming out, I was there. You know what I'm saying? Seeing him, watching every moment of him. I love him so much, and I haven't seen him in like 10 days. More than that, maybe he left on that Friday. Yeah, it's been, and I can't take it. And then I knew he had COVID too. So the reason he's not here stuck with the COVID is because he went to see his mother. And when she got him, that's when we found out, right? So she had him for the weekend, and then my husband got tested positive. And because she had him, he couldn't come back. Then she took him to get tested, and he tested positive. And so everybody had to like stay where they are. It would have been, I would have felt better if he was stuck here, you know what I mean? And he would have just been here with us with the COVID until everybody got over it. But he was there, and I miss him. I miss him. Anyway, the longest I've ever been, I haven't seen him. Yeah. But I just asked my son how you doing. He said he's doing okay. And his mother is a good family. That's a good family. That's that side of the family. And I know he's well taken care of, so I'm not concerned about that. Okay, but I just miss my baby though. Okay, if you have a oh, you talking about the uterus and flip flop, it could be pain. Okay, so that's a good thing. Okay, so listen, I used to have a lot of pain with sex. It's shocking that I enjoyed sex, but I mostly enjoyed the power. I'm gonna teach you ladies the power of the pussy, right? I'll teach y'all that later. We're gonna get together, just us as women. I'm not sure when I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna invite women. It's just gonna be women, and I'm gonna teach y'all some things, right? But what I want you to know is, so the power. Once you understand the power of your vagina, you can get what you want. But that's another subject. Um, but I used to have pain with sex. Okay, I had pain with sex, and I just would endure it. I endured it. I just thought it was just what it was, and I think that's why I don't like larger penises, right? Because it was more painful the larger it was, and so I'm okay with the average size penis. And I want you men to hear me when I say that, because you don't have to have this long ding dong down to your knee. All women aren't into that, but some women are. And it doesn't make her any less than a woman who's not into that. Okay. It's all about what women like. And also it's about the man and how he works it, if he knows what he's doing. If he don't know what he's doing, any penis could be painful, right? So anyway, so I found out that I had something called damn, let me look it up. It's like I've always had a problem pronouncing it. So I'm gonna show y'all. I don't wanna sometimes I can't pronounce certain things. I don't like messing up certain words, especially when they real medical terms. You understand what I'm saying? A medical term, I don't wanna mess it up. I know how to spell it though. Okay, I do know how to spell it though. Okay, wait, close. I got it close. I'm typing all fucked up over here. No, that's wrong. That's not it. Let's see. So, let me see. Hopefully, no, that's not it. I'm gonna find it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Uh, I'm spelling it wrong. There you go. Okay. Hey, y'all. I don't know how to pronounce it. Let me. Is it bag? I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry. Okay. Just work with me. But this is what it is. It's a condition involving the muscle spasms in the pelvic floor muscles. It can make it painful, difficult, or impossible to have sexual intercourse, to undergo an exam and a tampon, right? So listen, I never wore tampons because it was always very painful. I never used, sex toys the way some women use sex toys because it's very painful. Um, Even a finger can be very painful. So a penis. And what it is, what I found out, the doctors originally, some doctors would claim that it's mental. They would say that because my vagina would lock up, y'all. I used to have this guy friend. Um, we were younger, of course, and he couldn't even enter inside of my vagina. He couldn't get in my vagina. And then because it was painful, sex was painful, it's more, it could be even mentally, right? So it would tighten up where he couldn't get in. Right? So well, I found out that I had this. I didn't know at the time. I just knew that like this dude just couldn't get in. And I mean, we tried several times. One time he tried for 2 hours just to get in, like legit different positions, pushing this, that for 2 hours straight, and he could not get in. So, and then we made a date another time and to try it again. And then he got frustrated and broke up with me. And he told me, we liked each other. He was nice. I was nice to him. But one day he got angry. He was angry and told me that he couldn't put his dick in the keyhole. It was so embarrassing. I felt like I was like everything was on point, but he was like, I can't. He was like, I can't my dick through that small keyhole. I was embarrassed, and like there was just nothing I could do. So I mean, okay. I mean, but I, I liked him and he liked me, but sexually we just couldn't do it. Okay, and I at the time I definitely wasn't into no oral. I'm not doing no oral, no dude. Shit, we ain't even have no real intimacy yet, and you think I'm putting my mouth on it? Mm-mm. Did you not? I liked him. Hey, Aunt Wanda, I truly liked him. But I'm gonna just say this too, like back then, oral sex wasn't a big thing. It wasn't. Had never done oral sex. I was married for 10 years before I tried oral sex with my husband. Okay, um, so I wasn't into that, and he wasn't. I guess he wasn't into that because he didn't try that. But but I did like him. He couldn't get in though. He couldn't get in. So I learned the lesson. I learned the lesson. And maybe that's why I wasn't a woman who slept with a lot of men, because I think with that lesson I learned that hey, I'm not gonna be able to just be with any man, right? And so because I don't want that embarrassing moment. And so I think I started just to be very careful on who I was willing to try to have sex with. Um So I'm very cautious. Any man couldn't just get in, even if I liked him and we went out shit. He might not have meant that, the way I felt like, okay, I'm willing to be maybe try to be embarrassed. I'm not trying to be embarrassed with nobody. Anyway, so I learned that I had this, though I had been married and had both my children. You know how I learned? I learned through having my children. Um, the doctors would say that I'm very tight. Like when I would go and get my exams, they had to use the one that they use for babies, that spectrum. Sometimes they might have to go and do a baby, do one of those exams on a little girl, but they would use that one on me. Now, the reason I started going to see men instead of women is because fucking women were the roughest, right? Because they got a vagina, they figured they vagina wide the fuck open. Mine should be just as wide the fuck open. I'm saying that as a joke, but what I'm saying though is that women just felt like, okay, the vagina should be able to handle this. It's elastic. If people just go in, dig it in. With a man though, when I would say I'm uncomfortable, I say out, he would go in very smoothly, right? He was more attentive to what's going on. And so I started seeing men gynecologist after the few women who were just real abusive with my fucking pussy. uh, she would just say no. I had one woman like legit tell me, oh, when I would say, hey, do you have the smaller one? When I learned about the smaller one and things like that, I started suggesting it. I would ask for it. Well, and she getting everything already, the way she spoke to me, oh no, the vagina can take this and that and it's and that. I'm like, look, uh-uh. I'm not seeing this bitch no more. Okay, no more. No more. I also learned, which some of y'all may not know and some of you may. Um, but I didn't know at the time that vaginas are like penises. They come in different shapes, right? So you know how a man might have a little hook to the right or left or going up or down? Our vaginas can be like that. We can have a vagina that has a little hook in it, you know, and I learned that during my pregnancy, because I was already dilated, and because my doctor understood how my vagina was built, where my cervix was, and things like that. In order to get to my cervix, you go straight, and then you take a right. It's like a little hook, and then you can get in there, right? My doctor, because he was my doctor, he understood that. He understood my body, right? But when you have your baby, which some of y'all may not know, and some of you do know this. For those of us that have babies, you might know this. For those of you who haven't had babies yet, you might not know this. But you may go see a doctor, and that's your doctor, and you have it in your mind that that doctor is going to be the doctor who helped bring your child into the world. But see, what happens is when you go into when you go to have the baby, right? You may not see that damn doctor until that baby is ready to come. And so I say that to say that I was already dilated 5 centimeters since I was like 5 months, because I almost had the baby early, and they had to go in and make sure I didn't have him too early, right? So here I am, I'm in labor, and I go to the hospital, and the nurses and the doctors who were coming in to see me, check on me, they keep telling me I'm not dilated. Oh man, you're not dilated at all. And I go to tell them, wait a minute, no, I've been dilated 5 centimeters. But of course they're not listening to me, right? They going by what it is that they see. And I'm like, look, I've been dilated. So they kept repeating this shit. She kept repeating this to the different doctors that would come in through the 19 hours, right? And then my doctor, I saw my doctor, and so she said she had the nurses come in and check on me, or he, should I say he, and I tell them, hey, something's wrong. It feel like I gotta pee. Now, for you men, y'all don't know that we don't really pee when we going through this. Okay, it felt like I had to pee, and I kept saying, I gotta pee, I gotta push. I feel like an urge to push. And so she checked me and she said, but ma'am, you're not even dilated. And so my nurse, my doctor here, what I'm saying is he's walking in, and he comes to check, and he says, "Oh shit, she's fully the face. I think that's what they call it. She's fully dilated." And they tell me not to push, to hold it until they get everything ready. So he knew to go in and check, take that left or that right or whatever, and to feel. The other doctors and nurses didn't know that. And so I say that to say this: our vaginas could also, it has different shapes. Okay, different shapes. Some women, it's a straight shot from her vagina to her uterus, boom boom, and then there are those of us who not. And that also could be why it could be harder for pregnancies, right? When them swimmers go in, if they got a straight shot to the eggs, baby, zoom, they just are swimming fast as they can go. They racing because they seen the fastest gonna be the winner, baby. The fastest one, the fastest sperm to get to that egg is the winner. They get to have life. Okay. But in some of our vaginas, you know, they may run straight and hit a wall. Boom. And it might be the slow ones that make it to ours because he saw everybody else hit the wall, and his ass decided to, you know, take his time and go to the right or the left and find that egg. He started seeking out the egg. He decided that slow was the best route to take. That's why some of y'all here, slow ass niggas, you're slow. Okay, you was that motherfucker who survived, but you wasn't really supposed to though. Out here living all stupid and shit. Okay. And not if she's with when let me see women don't understand that it hurts us as well. It hurts you as well. Wait a minute. What you mean, babe? I need to know. Do I need to put the link in? Are you well, only if you're coming up? When you men, I would like to know because I've had. Remember the guy who I said who told me he can't fuck a keyhole? He did tell me that it was hurting him, right? It was hurting him. He was trying to get in, like he was right there trying to get in, and that's why he didn't push his way in. Like just ram in there because it was hurting him too. Like I literally was that tight. So I understood that, but I didn't know. And my husband now, okay, so me and my husband, we're older, right? And so if I'm not turned on, or if I get turned off in the middle of things, which has happened before, there's some reasons why mentally I can get turned off because the one that does it, don't tell him, okay? Like if I think that he has came before I've come, I get kind of frustrated. Or, if I could tell that he's not slowing down because he knows it takes me longer, right? It takes women longer. Some of you men don't understand the way the woman's, how it works. But we have peaks, right? We get turned on, everything gets well old, I guess you could say, where it gets moist and everything. That's the preparation for the penis. And then as you're doing what you're doing, we start getting we start reaching heights. As we get turned on, we get higher and higher and higher and higher. And then we get to the peak. And that's when, all the joy, like the fireworks, right? That's how it works for us women. You men, though, you could get in and y'all could get off with 5 strokes, 10 strokes. It takes more for us women. Okay. If you have been with a woman and you've been doing 10 strokes, 20 strokes, and that's it, and she just let you get off her, she realized that she might be okay with it because she likes you, right? She likes you and she enjoys some other things about you, but most women haven't had an orgasm. You men are failing with the dick work. You want to show your work? Show some dick work. Okay? You don't want a woman to cheat on you, up your dick game. Okay? Up your stroke game. Like you do know that you should be dancing in some pussy. Wait a minute. Let me show y'all something. Which one is this? Let me put on some music for y'all right quick. Now, I need y'all to understand something. Okay, sex is a dance. It just depends on what kind of dancing you want to do at that time. There's different dances, right? You might do some ballroom dance, put on some slow songs, you know what I mean? Put on some Trey songs or something, and you just, you might put on some Trey songs. Let me do that real quick. Let's see here. You might you might decide to, oh, that's too loud, it's too early. Too early for that. Too early. Give me a second. You know what I mean? So I'm about to, I can't turn on the cam because I don't really have on no clothes. But I just want y'all to know. Y'all gotta understand. So you might put on some music like that, and you men gotta learn how to move your hips like that though, like you dancing in the vagina. Like, you take your time. And in your mind, I need you to understand that she has walls, right? So you men don't have walls. You just have a tubular thing, right? But you're entering into something that surrounds your penis, which means there's a lower wall, a upper wall, and side walls, right? You need to understand that when you're having sex. You want to glide against those walls purposely. When you want to go do that upward stroke, you want to stroke the top. When you do that side stroke to the left, and so that is, see, let me tell you, I'm about to teach y'all something. This shit gonna make you the top lovers. It's really simple. You got to start using your brain. Of course, you use your penis, but your brain will have you doing certain things. If you understand where you are, what your goal is, and how do you best serve, or best get to that goal, get to the end, get to that thing you're purposely trying to do, right? So you got to start thinking with your penis, with your dick, even though you're using your penis. You got to think with your head while you're using your dick. Y'all, a woman will not cheat on you. In fact, I think some of us, we are guided by dick, and y'all know why? It's not because we want to be guided by dick. It's because a woman may only have an orgasm with one or two men in her whole lifetime. Because the rest of them are just fuck boys. They just fucking. And they fucking with no purpose. And, all he doing, he really just needs to jerk in his own hand because he didn't get her. She didn't get nothing out of it. Okay? And that's why y'all, some of you have to have money. I'm not gonna tell you this though, because if he did, then I would understand. The reason why you have to have money is because you're gonna be like, if you're like Kevin, who can't fuck, don't know how to make love to a woman, don't know how to get anything out of it. That's why they call these Pookies and Ray Rays. They say they get all the women, and they ain't even got to have no job. You know why? Because they dick game is on and a vagina. They understand how to use their penis. Now, see, I know I say that pussy has power, but dick has power too. But unfortunately, most of you will never know how to use your goddamn penis. If you could follow Kevin Samuels, you ain't even got the mental fortitude to understand how to use your penis. I'm not even gonna try to teach you. Go about your motherfucking business. But for those of you with the mental fortitude to understand what I'm about to tell you, you need to know how to dance in some vagina. Okay? You got to know what you're doing, baby. You know what I'm saying? You just got to know how to move your hips, not just a front back motion. It's sometimes you got to do circular motion. Sometimes you got to just do a upward motion or throw that shit down. You know what I'm saying? Like and that's why I say dance. And that's why when we see you dance at the club, we think you are good lovers. Y'all be tricking us though. You see what I'm saying? I want you to listen to this beat. Come on. Shake them hips, baby. Uh-huh. Hey. To the left, to the right. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Roll around, roll around, roll around. Swing that dick, baby. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Get it. Get it. Now, see, that's another dance, another style. Whoo, Lord, you're a driver crazy, but you got to switch it up. It's slow songs, fast songs, and then you throw in some hip hop into that shit. You know what I'm saying? But something with some bass to it. That's what I'm saying. You just got to know how to do it. I shouldn't have to teach you this, but it's okay. Listen to the beat drop and drop that dick. You see what I'm saying? Go boom, boom. Come on, ladies. Boom, boom. Use it, use it. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Shake it. Come on, let's get it. Say up, down, up, down, up, down, then round and round. Say up, down, up, down. Throw that P around and round and round. Get it, get it, get it. Yes, yo, get it. That's right. While you suck on the titty. That's right. Get it, get it, get it, get it. And we all hope that you're not itty bitty. Woo, woo. Bring that dick, yo. Woo, woo. Yo, yo, go. Woo, woo. Throw that dick, yo. Hit, 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 yo, yo, yo. Say left and right, right and left. Up out of sight. That's right. Right, right, right. Swing that dick, go. And don't bite. Or maybe you might want to bite. I don't know. It just depends. Huh, huh, throw that dick, throw that dick, throw that dick until you make a sick. Woo, woo. Y'all know I'm crazy, baby. Oh, Lord. I'm over here. Holy shit. I quit, y'all. Uh, y'all know I am straight crazy over here. Uh, anyway, any more questions, comments, suggestions? For sex, um, even if you don't love a woman, you should still be able, you should want to bring pleasure, right, to her. And I noticed that some men, if they're not really into you, they just will just stroke. And they pray that the results work out. But you wouldn't go to the job, do the work, and pray that the outcome is positive, right? You do the job, you know what you're doing, and you know the outcome is going to be positive. But when it comes to sex, some of you men just not up to par. And that's sad because you have a whole black manosphere and they're not even teaching you how to use your penis. They're not even showing you how to get the women that you want for real. Because see, Kevin is telling women, hey, lower your standards. Understand these men, they're not gonna meet your standards. So you're gonna have to lower them. That's what he's telling women. He's telling women that y'all can't even learn how to, like, you can't even learn how to use your own penis, something that's been attached to your body all your life. So what he's telling you, he will tell you to go and make money. He'll tell you that you need to be working 80 hours a week. Well, I can teach you how to get a woman and keep her ass, and you ain't even got to be making $100,000. Now, if you're making $100,000, that's a good thing. But I bet you if you swing that dick though, I bet you could cut that shit in half. A woman will be glad with you making 50K a year. You could cut it in half if you could throw that dick though. Throw that dick. Throw that dick. Throw that dick. Throw that dick. See, back in our day, the music used to be about, it was about sex, but it wasn't on this disrespectful shit today. You know, even when they were saying throw that pea, they were telling the woman to throw it, teaching her, hey, throw that pea. You know, it was about men and women. Just think about the songs them in itself. It is sexual, yes, but it's you throwing your pea, she throwing, you know what I mean? Like you throwing your P, he throwing his V, and y'all throwing it together. Y'all coming together. Today, though, we got niggas, little niggas, in songs talking about he don't even know what, he don't even care what the pussy like. He just want head, though. You can give me some down, I don't care what the pussy like. Man, I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck happened? A dude who would say that he don't care about no pussy, but he wants some lips, will let anybody suck on it. We all got lips, baby, males and females. Some of you men got the sexiest motherfucking lips. They used to. They be listen. That's why I married my husband. He got them big pretty lips, baby. But anyway, he is teaching y'all the wrong thing. He should be teaching you some shit. He should be teaching you some shit like how to get with women. All of the men in the black manosphere teaching you the wrong thing. They're teaching you to be separate from women. All of them. Okay, they got a few guys who teaching men how to deceive women. They got them different modes and shit like that. Okay, we got the ones who call pump and dumps. The only reason you pump and dump a female is because you know you didn't do by her. You know what I mean? Why would why if both of you having enjoyable sex with one another, why would a man pump and dump her? Now, I'm not saying, listen, he might be with her, have sex with her, y'all sex, everything else might not be on point. Eventually, y'all break up or whatever. But this shit that Obsidian was promoting, just get in there, pump, and then boom, you gone. You know why? Who would promote some shit like that? A nigga who know he ain't do well. And he did exactly what it's called. He pumped. Just a pump, and just in and out. It's a pump. A pump don't make no movements around in circles. They just really just go in and out. Rabbit, jackrabbit, having ass motherfucker, shut the whole fuck up. You non-fucking fucker. He's a whole non-fucking fucker. Right? A lot of you are non-fucker fuckers. You're a fucker because you're full of shit and you're a fucker, but you ain't really getting no pussy. And when you get pussy, you don't even know how to fuck. You're non-fucking fucks. Girl, they was screw. They do put their dicks in animals. They over there putting cat food. Some of them got cats. Why would some of these weirdo dudes have cats? Think about it. They learned real young they could put their dick in something. They could just grab it. Some of these cats are trying to get it. They're trying to escape. You know what I mean? He's not even fucking the cat right. God damn it. Oh God. Making me feel like I need to go save some of y'all kittens and dogs and shit. Some of y'all need to have licenses out these, and somebody need to be doing some checkups on these goddamn dogs. Oh Lord have mercy. What's going on, Shantastic? Girl, I'm in raw form this morning. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. I'm gonna get my ass off of here though. We'll talk later though, everybody. I had a message in the beginning. There was a message. I don't even know if I completed the goddamn message because these men say stupid shit that throws me off. You know that thing with the thing about why men. It's almost like he was saying that it's okay for a man to approach a woman, even though what I was saying is that hey, why would you approach a woman you don't know like that? She might be afraid. And then he tried to flip it and said, well, why is it a man's responsibility to know that a woman is frightened of him? And I'm saying, who taught these niggas, yo? Oops, I'm sorry, the black manosphere did. That's who taught you. Approach strangers. They think that it's okay to just approach strangers just because she's a female. They wouldn't approach her if her dad, uncle, or any man was with her, though. Why you don't approach when that happens? Why you wait till she's alone and think that, Oh, that's my opportunity. If it's so okay, why you don't do it when her father's with her? The manosphere taught these niggas that's what's going on. And they really think that they have when they say what they say, they think that shit makes sense. So some of these niggas ain't gonna never have no daughters. I don't even know how to bring out if it was your daughter. They can't even imagine having a daughter because they ain't never had no pussy. So they don't even think that it's possible they would one day have a daughter or a son. So I'm gonna have to stop using that example. But for those who do have daughters though, they know what I'm talking about. They know the concerns of having their daughters and knowing that anybody could be touching them and they make sure that nobody touches their daughters. Okay. And then there are these niggas. And I'm for you fathers, would you really want these men in the manosphere to be around your daughters? And that is the question. Because if not, then why are you amongst these men? If you're gonna be amongst them, you should be educating them. So your daughter can have a safer world, so she could be able to walk without you being there holding her hand and protecting her. She didn't need to get a husband to protect her. We should live in a world where we all can just be ourselves and we don't need guard dogs protecting us. Okay? And y'all need to see that. It throws me for a loop when I have a conversation with a father of a girl or girls sitting amongst these manosphere men talk the shit they talking because see these dudes, they might be too old for your daughter, but they gonna have sons and daughters, or they have sons already. They gonna be teaching their sons. Your daughter's gonna have to deal with the repercussions of this shit. Just like I didn't want my son to have to deal with repercussions of this shit. So I started doing things in my neighborhood to benefit everybody. I don't want my grandson to have to deal with repercussions of this shit. I don't want my grandson to maybe possibly never be able to get a woman because these dudes that made an all right war. By the time my grandson get a certain age, women may have decided, black women may have decided to not to mess with black men, period. And the only reason that haven't happened is because we your mothers. That's why. But y'all keep it up though. Because these women are talking about divesting. And the ones who push it the hardest have already done so. I'm just saying. Hey, brass man, how you doing? Queen of the South, what's going on? Yeah, they teaching them wrong. And then when we as women, try to get up there and prove them wrong, these men, the young men just want to beat up on us and act like what we're saying is wrong. The grown men know that we're saying is right though. They don't can't refute what we're saying. The younger men, they just sitting down there cussing us out. Get that bitch off of there. What is she up there for? Why is she over here? Even though I'm up on the panel with the motherfucker who owned the channel. And he sent me the link himself. These niggas are lame, baby. Listen, I'm gonna get off of here though. JB, what's going on? Hey, JB. Yeah, I don't want this to be a long stream. My back hurt. I just wanted to say that my main purpose in the beginning, my main message was this. Y'all are on here talking about protect him at all costs. Y'all are against men and people who protect her at all costs. The same people who taught y'all that you shouldn't be protecting her at all costs have now used that on the benefit of him, Kevin. Kevin is not protecting himself and he has no reason to. You all are hoisting this dude up. At what cost? What will be the end game? And if any of you make a stream, invite me over so I can listen to it. I want to know what the end game is. What is it that you get out of lifting that nigga up on your shoulders? His balls is on your forehead. You didn't sit this nigga on top of your head. His balls He's rubbing you against your forehead. He got on them heels and shit, digging you all in your shoulders and your back as he try to stay up there. And you just walking around with this heavy ass nigga, balls to forehead. I want y'all to imagine that shit. That nigga ball smacking you as you walk around with him, right on your motherfucking forehead. Every time you take a step, blip, 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 his ball is just hitting you right in the center forehead, baby. Y'all need to stop this nasty shit. This shit is out of hand. It's just too much. That's what I said. They protect him like a damsel in distress. Kevin is a new traditional woman. He is. With his balls. Balls smacking a red band in the center of their forehead. This is ridiculous. I just listen, y'all know I crack jokes and shit, but I just want you to know my jokes. There's a message behind them. Are y'all serious? Black men, are y'all really walking around coming into my area as I talk about who I want? Right? I can talk about who I want. And y'all gonna come over and protect him? What is that though? It's disdainful. It's, I wouldn't even if y'all was my sons, I would whip your ass. Right? And even though my sons are older, and I really can't bend them over and whip them, but I think I could give them a verbal lashing. I would, in fact, I would do what I could to make sure my sons wouldn't listen to this bullshit. I would even pull out the tears. I would go to the lowest of low forms. I'm not even lying. I would be like, "Oh my God, I was the mother. What did I do? I'm sorry." Please don't tell me y'all really. What did I do, baby? Come, let's tell mommy what she didn't do. What did I do? And they would start hugging me and feeling bad. I would use that on them. I know it'll work. My sons love me. I would act like I would want to know how did I fail? What did I do? What did your daddy do? What's going on? Hell yeah. I would pull it out. I'm not even lying. If my sons was on this shit. And yesterday there was a son with his father. And I was a little, I was busy updating my website and things and listening. And and I started thinking to myself, I can't even answer the question that they posed because I was thinking to myself, is this shit real right now? You know what I mean? Like, because I couldn't even answer the questions like I wanted to, because I think some of these dudes, some of them need tough love. Okay. And we got long as the men, as long as y'all pulling out y'all pocket for these men, they're not really educating. They okay with you buying shit from them, supporting them with your money. They don't give a shit if it's right or wrong. Okay. Um, that to me kind of throw me off though. Okay. It threw me off. Um, everybody was nice on the panel, but I'm just thinking to myself, even the message, there was one question, it was throwing me off because I was listening to what the men were saying. Not the men, it was anyway. I don't want to talk about anybody in particular. Some of y'all not gonna know what I'm talking about anyway. And I don't want to do that. It should have done it on that stream, but I didn't because of the young man. Because I would have liked to ask, like, are you serious right now? That young man, like, is he following what you're teaching? And if at what end? I would like to know what father would have his son sitting on side of him listening to this bullshit, the hatred. Even if the hatred is coming out of the woman's mouth, why would you want your son to hear it? But anyway, I digress, honey. I'm gone. Okay. I'm not here to beat up on no young people. And I don't want to cuss in front of no young people. And I don't want to put no fathers down in front of their sons. I'm just not that type. So I really couldn't really be me because, yeah. I had a few questions. I had a few questions I would like to hear. And my questions will only come on the benefit of the young men who listen to it. I don't give a shit about what no old nigga my age is doing. That nigga, no, niggas by the time they my age and they doing stupid shit like this, they stupid. You know what I mean? They whole 50, like Kevin Samuels. Go and dig in his background. Listen to some of the things he say. This nigga telling stories that come from movies. Y'all niggas is really like, ooh, that sound like beautiful woman. Nigga, that's where he got it from. Ooh, that what he's talking about, that sound like a scene out of so and so, so and so. Like, and that's what that nigga doing. Claiming shit that he didn't really do. But I want y'all to start listening to him though. Because I'm waiting to listen to that goddamn uh, Vlad TV. Because Vlad TV, I'm hoping he do way better than Tasha, whatever her name is over there, Tasha K. Okay, that's the name, Tasha K, right? Because man, oh man, yeah, uh, by the time you go to Vlad, hopefully he has done his research. But we'll see though. I'm waiting for it. If y'all got part one, the real whole thing, I'm not paying to listen about no Kevin Samuels. They got me all the way fucked up. When that shit become free though, y'all let me know. Okay, until then, fuck them. Bye, everybody.